All right, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do my normal streamer mode on-off thing just to make sure
I
that
feel like
WinSlaya
it
and Zombie are coming
automatically
through. Can you
puts
guys
you forward
hear
with other
them?
people, so I didn't want to mess around
WinSlaya
with
is out
the
there.
default
He's
stuff
out there.
I don't
But here
remember
we
having
are.
things
It's
like
Age of
that.
Wonders 4. This is We Play Games. I'm Walker, and
Alright,
here we are
so
about to witness a little bit of a
configuration's gonna take me a
skirmish.
second to find
So
the
we're
good
gonna be
one for us
waiting
here.
for
Is there a preset that's at least close
when
to
Ninju
what
to
we
show
want?
up. Ninju is another player here in our Skirmish Mod group in Age of Wonders 4. But this is a mod where you get to just like sit down, pick
So
a
you
couple
said
of things
tier
on
4,
WinSlaya's
right, Walker?
menu. He's the one who's actually running this. Yeah, so it's one tier 4 like unit, then 2 tier 3 units, 4 tier 2 units, and 6 tier 1 units. And then it's 1 tier 3 tome, and then it's 1 extra hero at level 6. If you guys don't want to use the extra hero, then like you don't need to test it. Like if you find that the format's fun otherwise, then go for it. I just think the extra hero is kind of cool.
This
But yeah,
piece
we're
is
gonna-
pretty close to what you were just saying. I just need to get the numbers close to what you were saying again. It'll take me a second.
Yeah, as long
I think
as
I
long
got
as you
most of
record
those
what
numbers.
you're playing on WinSlaya, then that's like totally fine in terms of your settings. Because if we test something that's like a little bit different and just plays better, then like that's totally fine, right?
Yeah, so I got one.
But yeah,
for the
we're
tier 4,
currently
2
waiting
the
for
tier
our
3,
opponent.
4 for the tier 2, and then how many for the tier 1? 6?
6, yeah. We're currently
Yeah,
waiting
that
for our
makes
opponent
sense, 'cause
Ninju
that
to
should
show
be
up, but right now
12
we are setting up the game
those
between
plus
WinSlaya
this,
and
yours doesn't
Zombie
take
over
you up to
here.
a full 18, but I think that's okay.
Yeah, I think that's intentional. Like, I kind of think that there's not a point to playing a full 18 because most of those extra units are going to be just like kind of dead weight in terms of like combat production. But I guess if you really wanted to slow the pace of the game down even more, then adding an extra tier 2 and like 2 more tier 1s wouldn't be bad. It would just add more chaff basically.
Bonus unit medals, I think, was 1. That's what I believe we had before.
But
and
we are
then
going to be
the
running
hero
with
level stats.
Reavers today. This is not the
It's-
build that we're
it's
actually
0
using because
limit
I
2,
just
but I
like
don't know
jumped
if
in on
means
this so that way
that's
you get
for
something
2.
rolling.
We're just gonna bring in 1 into the fight.
And
You
it sounds
think
like
that will work? Yeah.
oh,
I thought it maybe.
why is Zombie's mic so quiet?
Where did that
He's
button
at
go?
max in
Sure,
Discord.
buttons.
I don't know why he's so quiet, but this should be pretty fun for us to
Now.
watch because I think at least somebody is it gonna be it's gonna be Zombie
Good.
is gonna be
Just checking
probably
strategic
bringing
spell
his
limit. I can't
his
set that
insane
down. I really
Arbalests
feel like
build
it.
here
I think I
today.
will allow
So what we're
for
gonna see.
toggling. I got toggle miscellaneous on, right? Yeah.
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
for
If you want to
setting
run
it off.
with like access to wands and stuff, then you need miscellaneous on.
I think
but-
we'll allow
but
the choice between
Zombie
ones
is
or
gonna
things. That is what
try
you're doing for equipment,
bringing
Zombie.
Tome of the Beacon here
let's
in
see,
the
everything
Skirmish
else
mod.
seems
So
fine.
we're gonna be testing some weird stuff today.
Should be able to press
Zombies
start
are going to be
here. Should
testing
able to pick
the
your
Tome of the
tomes.
Beacon and probably Arbalests with Tome of Vigor to get single model
strategic
entities. So that way these things just like do outrageous
it
amounts of
takes
damage
you
to
to
enemy
different menus,
heroes.
that's right.
If they don't play with 2 heroes, then they're not going to have
Alright.
quite as much to
Makes me
work
nervous
work
pressing
on.
confirm, but I'm gonna do it.
But
and
it
if
sounds
we need
like
to, we can get back
they
to
have just finished
sleep.
programming things in terms of their menu. If you're watching this video and you haven't seen how to use the Skirmish mod, I did do
and,
a
another
Skirmish
thing
mod
about
thing.
this was
We didn't
were
get
doing
any
something
medals because
where
we
you
are
could
the third
pick
player.
Your last,
But
like half of one of your tiers of units after seeing the other person's composition. We don't have to do
so
it that way if it's a little complicated for you, Zombie. Just wanted
so
to mention it.
Zombie, what we mean is that like basically you build your army blind without looking at the other player's army at all, except for one tier that you choose to reserve half of. So if you want to reserve half of your tier 1 coins or half of your tier 2 coins, or if you want to reserve your tier 4, then just don't build that before you look at the other person's army. Then everyone looks at everyone's army together.
Okay, well, just build it blind.
Or just build it blind. Just build it blind. Just whatever. Just don't cheat. Don't cheat. Amygdala will be like, I'm gonna let you build your entire army, and then I'm gonna look over it and see what I can do to like maximize my counters and blah 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 blah. We're trying to avoid that. We're trying to make people fight the combat like in combat rather than out of combat using hacks. But yeah, we're gonna be playing with
Just wanna
Reavers.
confirm, Zombie,
I think
you
that
definitely have your
this
points,
the
right?
skirmish mod really is a brilliant adaptation for Age of Wonders 4 because
thing that let you
it
buy units.
dramatically changes
Or I guess you have to pick
the
your time.
evaluation.
I just got through that, so take your time. Don't rush through that.
It sounds like WinSlaya and Zombie are still talking to each other. They're going to get into a fight, and we're just going to be here to witness it. But the skirmish mod allows you to just build an army based off of the settings that you set up in game, and then go ahead and just choose the units that you need. You can produce everything using those coins, and then you can fight. And so this is like a really great tool if you have a friend who just has like, you know, maybe an hour and a half to play a game of Age of Wonders 4. You can actually get it done. We're still trying to finalize a format and a rule set that we agree upon for a tournament, but I think here we're gonna see something that's pretty similar to what we've been running. So we're gonna see either 1 or 2 level 6 heroes. I think Zombie and WinSlaya probably wanted to do just 1 level 6 hero, just to see how it works. But yeah, Miah, if you right now with the rules that we have is if you downgrade a tier 4 coin, then that new downgraded coin can be whatever it wants to be. Any downgraded coins ignore the half rule. I think that's a fair way to test it, and I think it will play pretty well. And it looks like Zombie doesn't really care about the show phase, which I think is totally fine. Zombie is not the sort of person who would like intentionally wait for WinSlaya to build his army and then cheat it over there. He's probably just like picking really weird tomes, and that's why he's taking so long, because I bet you anything Zombie's picking some weird stuff today. But yeah, if you do something where you just downgrade your tier 4 to a tier 3 coin, then you can use 2 of the same. So that's something that I think we're probably gonna do with our Reavers. We'll see. Like we're gonna need to downgrade our tier 4 coin regardless, because I want us to run the Tome of the Sanctuary, which means we're not gonna have a tier 4, so like we can automatically downgrade it. But it might be downgraded into like 3 different tier 3s, because I want to run a Glade Runner for sure, and I think we need to run an Entwined Protector because we just like don't have any bulk. This is going to be something that we see whenever we play with the Reavers, but like the thing that really killed us very, very badly in the Berserker fight was the lack of frontline durability. If our frontline, rather than being Dawn Defenders and Anvil Guards, had been Bastions, so like if we hadn't bought a Gold Golem,
So
which
Walker,
actually...
I predict he'll win here. I don't
You think Zombie's gonna win?
I think I countered. I watched those skirmishes back. I relived my glory. And
Good.
What happened there, I think, is I outpicked. Each time I won in like the past 4 skirmishes, I won because I picked something that countered.
Yeah, I believe that.
Lucky. Like,
yeah.
You know, like that happens.
It does happen sometimes. So wait, WinSlaya, are you guys playing with only 1 hero?
1 extra hero. I haven't.
You're playing with 1 extra. Okay.
Mine. I hadn't considered that. I do need to actually look at him.
Looks like WinSlaya is going to be
You're
building
bad.
a rather normal kind of
And
build
I guess
here.
you'll
He's
do.
got Phantasm Warriors and Frostblades. That's pretty normal. But he's got
Yeah, you'll
2
do nicely.
Primals. He's got a Tyrant Knight
Where don't I have
and
the
an
coin
Ancestral
for this?
Warden.
Where's my
So this looks like just like a very, very
'cause I need
standard
to
kind
increase
of
my
build
chat.
on the
That's
surface.
why.
I'm curious what sort of really interesting extra tools WinSlaya is going to be bringing here. Looks like he's playing Glacial Mammoth Spoon, so that's going to give him the ability to do the Displace and the Frozen effect. And if he's running with Cryomancy, which, you know, he is running with Cryomancy, he's going to have access to a Blizzard, and that's really good. I'm kind of curious.
Yeah,
So-
that's what we were saying.
What?
Do you want 1 more here? Is that what you're saying? I was able to click increase cap by 0 Imperium.
Oh, it sounds like Zombie is having issues with actually doing the
Third,
setup for the
or
extra
like
hero.
second hero, but like a 3rd, like super unit basically. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If you want something different, we could.
It sounds like they might be adding a 3rd hero. Are you guys adding a 3rd hero and then just going up to 18?
Nah. We were discussing what we wanted to do there.
Right, so they're still figuring out exactly what settings they're going to be playing on, but what we're going to be looking forward to, I think, is going to be a way to try to give the Reavers a bulky front line. In Skirmish Mod, because there's no like economy, you don't have to worry about what sort of things are like generally better for scaling you up. And so things like Tome of Sanctuary, which are like pretty solid actually, and from the military value standpoint, they're just not as powerful from an economic value standpoint. Those things go up a lot.
So I'll stick to it.
So here, I think what we're going to be able to see is hopefully, fingers crossed, a format where we can run Tome of Glades and Tome of Sanctuary together, because those things actually interact really favorably for us. So if you aren't familiar, in the Tome of Glades, we get access to the aspect of the root ability. This is a defensive ability that allows you to just heal yourself and enter into defense mode. Plus 30 temporary HP in defense mode is a really powerful combination of bonuses, really good at keeping your units alive. And then you stack that with the Tome of the Sanctuary and Keeper's Mark, which grants the ability to make you unable to die whenever you take fatal damage for the first time. It means you can't use offensive abilities on the turn after that like initial trigger has happened. But guess what? That doesn't apply whenever you're using a defensive ability like Tome of Glades. And so what I'm hoping we can do is build like a defensive core for the Reavers that actually like holds the front line together in a reasonable place, because if we can keep the game like relatively slow in terms of mulching our tier 1 units, just because they can keep themselves alive and heal turn after turn after turn, that we can clog the board and do some real damage with a couple of ranged pieces. Like, we're not going to overload on it. I think that's a problem that a lot of people encounter whenever they're playing with Reavers, is that they'll just like build all of the expensive range pieces. Like we saw that with Ninju running against WinSlaya. I think that was a couple of days ago, but you might have been here, Miah. I think you were watching it on WinSlaya's side, but if you don't have any front line or like enough tools necessary to support your ranged pieces, then they just don't do anything. And that was kind of like the other part of that story with where we got run over. Our damage output was not high, and we can fix that with Reavers pretty quickly. Even in the Skirmish universe, I think the Tome of Zeal is going to perform pretty well for us. Tome of Zeal is just like a bunch of extra damage in terms of our output here. And then of course it also gives us access to the ability to do the Condemned. And Condemned is really good whenever you're trying to do anything with subjugation. A -3 status resistance for the entire combat is pretty good, and it's very easy to do.
I can get one more unit.
Are you, WinSlaya, are you guys gonna fight on your friendly terrain?
Oh, I forgot that there's the city ruins that we can fight in.
I mean, like,
I was just building roads out.
I think that at some point I would like to test allowing someone who has a terrain feature to like actually use it. Like if someone has the Tome of Cryomancy or whatever and has like a military bonus for fighting in snow, let them fight there. But that might be overpowered.
Yeah,
it's just
I'm
that
not
like
sure either.
I'm not sure either way, and I feel like if nobody has tested it, then it's probably worth looking into. All right, let's see what Zombie's up to. So he's got, all right, he's double bastions and a war breed. So Zombie is not messing around on the front line. I like that. That makes a lot of sense. He's got double Houndmaster. What on earth? Zombie is doing something different here. This is not what we were thinking that he was going to be rocking and rolling with, because I do not see the Tome of the Beacon here, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. That means that he's playing with
doing, one tier 2. I forgot to disallow the tier
3. Oh, it
3s,
sounds like,
but you can pick 1-2 item set. So
they're talking through the item forge right now.
Both shields and weapons.
But it sounds like Zombie is not bringing.
But we could always change it so you pick.
Just bring Battleseeker training instead of Tome of the Beacon. That's probably smart. I think Tome of the Beacon is probably still just mean nonsense in Skirmish Mod. We'll have to see. Like I'm not afraid of testing this.
All of the tier 1s, but if you pick like the tier 2 armors, don't pick the tier 1 armors. because there's more armors and stuff like that. You know what I mean? It's one tier 2 and then the rest are tier 1s. So I'm telling you right now, I'm doing weapons because I think that's probably the better tier 2.
Yeah, weapons also gives you shields, which is a big deal. Although miscellaneous gives you some pretty good wands if you're using that stuff.
And then I have
Well, all right, let's see.
So
Yeah, exactly. What if your one overworld spell also terraforms? That's kind of like I want to test those sorts of things, Miah. I want to see if using terrain effects in Skirmish Mod is actually broken or not. Mostly we just like haven't been testing it because like yo, what's up? Oh, Zombie's just, his mic is so quiet. I can barely hear him. Like the OBS is sort of picking him up, but like even my headphones are having a hard time picking up Zombie. Why is he so quiet in here? Zombie, can you turn your mic up on your side? Cause I got you pretty much maxed out on my side and you're still really quiet. It's still really quiet for me. That's a little better.
Sometimes Zombie moves in and out, right? Like, do you have a headset or is it more like a separate thing?
It's separate.
Oh, there we go. That's perfect.
Go.
Yeah, much better.
Good. I don't know why it's with those settings.
Hey, you don't have to apologize. I think I mess up my audio settings like once every stream.
No, it's physical on mic.
Oh yeah.
Just, too low.
Oh okay. Okay. Cool. All right. Good. Yeah, that's much better.
Why is it like this? But yeah.
Zombie, I'm kind of sad. I thought that you were gonna be ringing Tome of Beacon, but it looks like you have brought a real build. You brought a real build.
No, it's not a real build. Just
No.
click other stuff. Some stuff I don't know. I can wait. I need do my heroes.
Oh, this guy came with a staff of glacial mammoth. Maybe I don't unequip his weapon. Okay. Oh,
did you choose? Did you actually build this ruler, or did you just pick it up, WinSlaya?
I picked that up. He's just
good.
generated with that.
Does the auto gen?
Before, but it doesn't. I don't think that's super common. You know, like it does happen.
Yeah.
But nice. I will be definitely trying to use that if I can. Although I have all these nice tier 2 weapons that I want to use instead. Oh no.
You did this to yourself, WinSlaya. You could have taken armor. Armor.
I could have. Mistakes are made. Maybe I
So Miah, if one of your overworld spells terraforms, that is one of those things that like I think is we haven't quite figured it out. Like flash freeze. WinSlaya, how do you guys handle stuff like flash freeze? Like because of the way that yeah.
It's a bit overpowered. Not my favorite. I really hope I don't get completely wrecked with a flash freeze right now. Sometimes I feel like I should stand one army outside of where the other two are, or try and split them across so that they can't flash freeze them all. But that's going to be really hard to do. I think it's an expensive spell. It should be at least be able to hit 2 stacks.
I think it's an expensive spell also in this format, particularly because it deprives you of your tier 4. So I don't even think that it's necessarily bad to deny people access to flash freeze. Because it comes with a meaningful cost, but it might be too good.
Guys, what your settings? Your settings for miscellaneous? You'd say something. only one ring and only one.
Or is
Yeah,
it
we were
ring
doing one or.
one miscellaneous. That's the
On
ruling that
each
we keep
hero,
going.
or
Yeah,
Yeah.
what?
on each hero.
Yeah.
On each hero, you can take one ring or one miscellaneous. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Miah, I think I would like to see a format where we test out Flash Freeze, because I think it's a very powerful spell, and I think that the Tome of the Cold Dark is actually like a really interesting tome for a format where it does deprive you of a tier 4. I think in a format where we were playing with 2 tier 3 tomes,
take
that
one of
like
Plenty.
Tome of the Cold Dark would probably just be too powerful. But in a universe where you have to sacrifice a
best
tier
one.
4, you know, this is a really, really, really powerful spell, and this is not a bad backup unit. Like, Snow Spirits are units that I love. One of the things that I do love about them in, you know, like an Empire mode and a normal game is that these do get pretty high level and therefore get a lot of extra HP, and that's not something that you're going to get here in the Skirmish mod. And so I don't know if the Tome of the Cold Dark is actually going to be one of those things that is going to be oppressive. I think there's a lot to suggest that maybe not is the answer in Skirmish, but it's so different that like a lot of the experiences that you have in Age of Wonders 4 really just don't translate very well. Other than like manual combat experience, and even then it's like manual combat experience with extremely close power balances, at least on the surface. And that's something that, like, if you play enough in real games of Age of Wonders 4, you try to avoid those. Like, most of the time whenever you're taking big fights against another human, or if you're taking big fights against an AI, you're doing it with a meaningful strength advantage. Like, if you can bring in, 1.5 or 2k extra strength, then you do, but that's like literally impossible to accomplish in Skirmish Mod with our current rule set, I think.
I picked it. Oh, I guess I could always press reset skills at this point. That is
Yeah,
an
but
option.
you're gonna hold on to the reset so that way you can reset your tomes later and skip over to like 6 Astral or whatever.
Who told you?
WinSlaya is gonna break the research in the Skirmish Mod.
I have to. It's my only hope.
Alright, so WinSlaya is rocking a bunch of Phantasm Warriors and Snow Spirits up front. This is just like a very generic economy-based build, at least on the surface. But he does have Hero of the Meek with all of these low-tier units, and that is actually very good for this current build. Normally, Hero of the Meek, basically anything that normally interacts with Tier 1 units in Age of Wonders 4 is the sort of stuff that you want to avoid generally. Even powerful effects like Mighty Meek on Tome of the Beacon, simply because they really just don't scale very well. Tier 1 units, whenever they gain experience points, they do level up really quickly because they require the least total experience points for their levels, but they get the least out of them. They get 4 HP per level up. So like tier 1 units, they just are insanely squishy, die very quickly whenever they're hanging around. And I guess we'll just wait to see if and when Ninju shows up today. I don't know. Maybe we're just gonna cast WinSlaya's fight against Zombie. That could also be fun. Because I do think that there's some really interesting tools here on both sides. Bastions these are the beefiest bastions, except that he is missing Tome of
Kill
Warning.
them all.
Wait,
Please.
don't cast your spells unless you're sure you can get into combat this turn.
Yeah, I think we're also gonna.
Yeah,
we're gonna
I
need a
just
passive turn.
only enchantments.
You're able to you're able to set a
Yes,
hero
I
skill
have,
before
I
choosing a
think,
new
pretty
tome.
much
Miah,
everything
now
except for my
because we're only
combat
playing
spell,
with
I
level
think I
6
can
rulers with our current
but,
format, you only get
this is what I
one
need to do.
extra affinity to play around with, which means that you can't like cheat your tier 3 tome. You have to have at least 2 affinity, and then the 1 extra from your ruler.
I guess maybe I should
get a
have
tier
left
3?
more spells
like,
on, because right
I
now
think
I
that's
only
fine.
have 1 strategic coin and a spell that can hit 1 thing. I don't know what Zombie's got access to, so Zombie, maybe only hit 1 of my stacks with your spell. If you've got one of those ones that hits multiple.
He can't have one of them that hits multiple. The game doesn't blow up with more than 2 players, Baddock. No, it. So what? The way that it works is that the only the first 2 slots in the game actually get the coins, which is totally fine. Because I'm not here as a player. I'm here as an observer. But this is something that we were testing to see if like we could have observers in here and be able to see fights.
And you do have the Arbalests.
And I think we are. I think we'll see if we crash. But this is really promising from a tournament testing format, because this means that like it would be pretty easy for WinSlaya and I to probably join in on one fight every single time and just like watch.
I think it's gonna say you're lower and you're gonna kick my butt.
I mean, lower right now, but...
Wait a second, I forgot.
Oh, I messed up, man. I meant warding, and he's like all physical damage.
I forgot build my lenses. What spell I...
Oh no, he did go Mighty Meek! Oh my god! Except he went Spawnkin instead of into Tome of Vigor. So his Arbalests are going to be riding around on like pygmy elephants instead of on super duper Mondo elephants. This is crazy. This is exactly the insanity that I was hoping that Zombie was going to bring. Yeah, it hasn't crashed now. Like we haven't watched anything for too long in these sorts of combats, Baddock, but yeah, we haven't had any sort of issues so far. It's just that you don't get the coins, but like that's totally fine. An observer 3rd slot is all we needed, and we do have it. I'm just gonna force end our turns so that way if they need to get something done and click through, so that way they can fight. Because I don't think they have the movement to get to each other. How are they gonna have the movement to get to each other? Where are they gonna fight?
Did not double summon using my over channel, because I do think that's a bit silly.
Yeah,
I really need
think
help remembering that. For, the next few fights.
I have done it myself, but yeah, I think that's a good rule to work with. Over channel can't be used to cast the same spell. So like if you cast Lava Burst, you can't over channel and cast Lava Burst in the same turn.
I think we were finding a double summon could be a bit silly. Like you summon and then summon again, and then if you're not primal, that's a lot of actions you got to dedicate to things that are disappearing in a few turns.
I think it's just ridiculous across the board. Like I would double infectious insanity sounds just as miserable.
Take all this territory. Why?
You move faster in your own territory, so you guys can get to each other quicker, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah. Completely unnecessary.
Yeah, but like, we could see, Maddock. I wouldn't put your emotional or mental energy into supporting more than you know, 1v1 and one player observing, because I think that's like this is the best format ever.
I see those.
This is going to be really fun. Let's see how these troops actually line up here. What do they have? So it looks like WinSlaya is nominally a lot stronger than Zombie in terms of the written strength, but that's not taking into account the problems here with these Arbalests, because Zombie did go straight in with Mighty Meek, Spawnkin, Legion of Zeal. These things, Overdraw Crossbow is going to do a billion damage to a hero if it can connect, and even if it doesn't, as long as he keeps these units alive, the shoot crossbow is going to be really high. I think it was probably risky on Zombie's part to bail and go over to Tome of Vigor, and not go to Tome of Vigor and go with Super Growth
already.
But we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah.
That's it. Stronger stack. I regret it already.
Yep.
He hit the Houndmasters and the Steel Shapers. Yeah, I think WinSlaya wanted to go in here.
Yes.
I think he wanted to hit those guys.
You have to be, right? If I try to attack into you. Alright.
Yeah,
he's advantage. So I think.
Holy crap!
Can I just auto here? Should I even bother?
No. Don't auto.
No.
Don't
Yeah,
auto.
yeah,
There's
it's
something
weird, right?
that makes it so we can't retry it or whatever.
Yeah, you cannot retry. in multiplayer.
Actually, is that the army?
Yeah, let's see if it
sure,
catches on.
that's the army I'm
I
gonna
think
attack
that
into.
that Skirmish is a lot of fun, Badoc, and I love having it here. And I'm hoping that if we run a couple of tournaments, we can get people interested in it. But like for now, if it's just something that like WinSlaya and I play by ourselves and no one else cares about except I guess Miah, that's okay. I like a labor of love is not a bad thing. If Ninja doesn't show up in like the next hour, Miah, then if you want to fight, like we could definitely just do 1v1. But I wanna do some commentary for the WinSlaya and zombie fight. I want to see this. I want to see what we can actually see accomplished with super growth elephants. Zombie, why would you do this? They don't even fit in the hex anymore. This is insane. The zombies elephants don't even really fit in their hex at all. Like the 3 stacks. Look at these guys.
They're strong and big.
But this is a really interesting composition out of him. So like this is
I heard something.
very frontline heavy.
It does that like so consistently now.
Given that he's got like all of his top end is top line stuff. This is exactly the sort of thing that is really good when it comes to PvP. If your top line is way lower quality than everybody else, then like time is not on your side, and that is a problem for Reavers. Like we'll try to supplement it as best we can, but Industrious just does a great job just all on their own because they've got tons and tons of HP here in their bastions. They don't looks like because Zombie did not do anything to bring extra resistance. I'm curious what his plan is going to be fighting against magical damage, because WinSlaya is packing a lot of magical damage on his side. WinSlaya of course has the Tome of Cryomancy, but Phantasm Warriors just naturally on their own deal 6 lightning damage like nat on their own, and then of course he has the Mammoth Primal Communion, which means that as he builds these up, he's going to get the frost damage there, and then he also has the frost damage from the primal summons. He's got spirits, and so the lack of warding and the lack of resistance out of Zombie means that there is a lot of potential offensive pressure coming from WinSlaya, and WinSlaya's front line isn't a joke either. He's got access to 2 of these primal chargers here. 2 primal chargers gives WinSlaya a lot of tools when it comes to breaking defense mode on non-polearm units. And guess how many polearm units Zombies got over here? None. So like this is not nearly as lopsided as it looks. I think this is a really interesting fight. We'll see how Zombie uses these Warhounds. I think historically Warhounds are not very good in that it's pretty difficult to get great value out of Horde or out of Houndmasters here, and the Tome of Hordes generally just think it's not a great place to be in. But if he's able to do a lot of damage against an enemy hero with these crossbow effects, then I think he could get good value. He just needs WinSlaya to basically be not careful with his ruler. WinSlaya needs to keep these guys near a shield unit always, and WinSlaya's shield units are pretty limited. He's got 4. Yeah, he's got 4 shield units. That's, sometimes that's what you got to do. That's probably what we're gonna have to do, honestly.
Really far away from the middle, or what's probably gonna be.
Oh man, looks like Zombie also doesn't have a ton of shield units either. Those are just like critically important because of the way their defense mode works. The shield wall as well as the warding on steel shapers or any support unit. These are both really powerful effects when it comes to keeping your units alive as they close the gap against an enemy, because you just need to increase your defense. Like if you're not getting the first attack, a defense mode that boosts everyone in an AoE is a huge deal. But using these summons is also going to be really critical. Anytime you can use a summon to like block an enemy shot, that can be really great for you because of the obscured penalty on ranged combat. That's a fantastic way to give you guys extra HP. We'll see what these guys do here. Let's take a look actually at the heroes. Actually, no, let's make double sure here on these war breeds. What are we getting out of this thing? We've got flame burst weapons, Rune of Industry. This natural regeneration is always here. Spawnkin, of course, unfortunately means that now this Warbreed does have multiple models, which is a lot scarier. This is, I think, a good reason to not play with Spawnkin, is if you're playing with Warbreeds.
Faster zombies turn will be than mine.
But it's not a bad place to be in. All right, zombies set the pace, WinSlaya. So you can't take 16 years to do your turn.
Impossible.
That would be really interesting. Just like a real pace setter, make it so that you have to take your turn in the same amount of time that your opponent does. And the meta would just become click defend end turn as quickly as possible.
Your turn.
Yes, I see.
All right, so let's take a look at the heroes here. So on zombie side, we have his ruler. We've Gogma the Hedonist. It looks like the zombie is, of course, bringing a Wizard King. Overchannel in Skirmish, even though we're not playing with tons of really high level spells, is still very powerful. The ability to double spell, even if we're playing and observing the rule of not using like the same spell, is still an incredible tool. We can't see their spell books here. Hopefully we get like a true observer mode in the future, but I still think it's a lot of fun. Yeah, Houndmasters do need the flanker racial trait to be obnoxious, because like they've got you can take them with Reavers, but I don't know if I need them. Like, I think frankly Reavers needs more defensive tools total, and a power attacking Warhound with 30 HP is not really a defensive tool. These are a defensive and offensive tool, but they're a very fragile one that does not scale particularly well. So yeah, I think flanker would be great, and I think it would also be flavorful because of the like they've got hounds, they flank people. That's how you use hounds when you hunt. And then the fact that these are just like randomly only particularly good for Reavers is a little unfortunate. But the damage there is fantastic. So what can WinSlaya do? Well, WinSlaya's got an Inquisitor. Ooh. Oh, let's finish up. What did Zombie take as his signature skills? Oh, he's got Corpse Eating. All right, so he's got Dark Ritual, Corpse Eating, Revitalize. He's got Battle Seeker Training, so this is the ruler with all the tier 1s, and Spawnkin. Now, Spawnkin on heroes, of course, is going to be granting evasion rather than the damage bonus. That's, I think, pretty reasonable. The damage bonus was pretty absurd and part of what made Horde good, like in ye way olden days. And then Zombie has an unbeatable tank. Holy crap, 10 defense, 7 resistance, Punisher's Halberd, helmet, leather armor, Cuises, Ring of Opportunity, Nettle the Soother. This thing that Zombie's rocking is an absolute monstrosity. Not built into a warrior. That I think makes sense. Like overall, you do not need to build into warriors in the current format that we're playing here in Skirmish, because like you just don't do the economy scaling of using a high level fighter to clear the board. But like that's okay.
Reduction.
Let's see. So it looks like they are indeed pulling everybody in.
You definitely have a bit of reductions going for you there.
I have good hero with +2 status resistance to all units.
Zombie's got double endurance training.
I thought about doing the same, but then I went for something else, and I already regret it. Like, I already regret it so much.
What is WinSlaya rocking over here? So we've got Mana Unchained. So we also have Mana Unchained on Zombie's super tank here, right? Yeah, so Mana Unchained is just a very powerful ability. The ability to drop in 3 Star Blades and 2 Strengthened gives you just an outrageous access to a lot of extra elemental damage. Really good.
Yeah, I definitely win.
I don't know if I like WinSlaya positioning the Tyrant Knight in front of the Protector here. I think part of the value of the Protector could be just like in not only creating the bulwark and the shield wall to defend the Tyrant Knight, but just being, if it was in front, then it would have the option to block incoming shots for the Tyrant Knight and keep those models even firmer alive. I don't think there's anyone who's really threatening them from this position, so like I don't think WinSlaya is going to get hosed, but if he does, it's going to be by Arbalests, who are close enough that they could come in here and put in some serious work. I don't know, WinSlaya, that Tyrant Knight, I think that needed to be behind there, because I think that he's about to get punished hardcore by Zombie.
It's like no damage, but I can't.
We'll see.
I've regretted decisions like that before.
It's also got Dark Ritual and Lightning Evocation. So Lightning Evocation is like very good for farming on the map. It has an enormous range, and so your AI will actually do a pretty good job of using it. Unfortunately, it scales pretty badly, so like it starts off doing well if you're fighting against tier 1 and tier 2 units, because like Electrified deals a fine amount of damage there, and the Sundered Resistance, as long as you're dealing some sort of magical damage on your army, is gonna work. But like overall, Lightning Evocation just doesn't like keep up with the other things that you can do with heroes. Just building a gun is usually better. But this is really powerful at the beginning of the game, and I'm curious to see how it works against an army with mostly lower tier units, because those can be pretty fragile. Doing a bunch of upfront damage and then some dots that are checking against a very specific damage type that Zombie does not have resistance for means that thing could put in some work. Let's find out. I think this was aggressive. I think that this was fine on Zombie's part, because he has just like so much control when it comes to his ranged pieces, because he's got what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 crossbows on the field, so he definitely can control WinSlaya's approach. But this approach here on WinSlaya's part, I think he needed. I think he needed to use his Phantasm Warriors and Shield Walls to cover his approach more than he needs to use the warding. Just looking at the damage output on Zombie side, it's almost entirely physical, even with the Mighty Meek incoming, and so like just defense this way is generally better than defense that way. Against Mystics, of course, obviously it would be pretty different. But I think this looks like it's gonna be probably pretty spooky. I would not be surprised if this Tyrant Knight does not get an opportunity to attack in this game. Noble Aegis has been brought out. So this is something that we are going to see on both sides here, actually, because we have it on both rulers. But the Noble Aegis is just a really great item. This is something that we don't see as much anymore, simply because we have all those randomly procedurally generated items now. But adjacent allies get +2 defense and +2 resistance is separate from the shield wall. You can get them both, and that is really strong. Getting +5 defense on all of your adjacent units is an absurd increase to their survivability. Yep, the summons.
You don't need primals, you have this.
Yeah, the real primal was all around you.
Nice Zombie. That one's cheaper, isn't it? Or
Okay, so it looks like Zombie is going in on the Inquisitors. So Inquisitors are a lot more burly in this new universe, where they got +1 base defense, resistance, and +10 base HP.
Database. I guess I could actually probably pretty easily while this is going on.
But we'll see if he's got the damage output here. He's not playing with. Oh no.
Yeah, that one's I think 5.
Yeah, it looks like he's going in here and is probably gonna blast these guys with Starblades. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, Miah, after this fight, if you want to do something, I still want to run Reavers into something. And I think that it could be perfectly reasonable to run that. But I wanna see if we can get a full game commentated and see what it looks like, because this is interesting. We are seeing some really great spells here. So we just saw out of Zombie the inspirational chant ability that throws down a bunch of extra, or the inspiring chant that throws a bunch of extra morale on your units. In a combat format like Skirmish, you really do need to focus on keeping your morale together. You're just gonna lose units in the game. Like there's no way around that. And if you can keep your morale up in in other ways, it's going to benefit you a lot. Now, on that same note, like, you might think that then you want to be like attacking morale, but like so far we haven't seen a build that attacks morale so effectively that it can't be countered by just killing enemy units. But you know, this might be a format where Tome of the Doom Herald is the real boss. It could be pretty fun.
Come on, zombie, come here. Fall into
Do
my
it, zombie.
trap.
Do it. Get those attacks on the board. All right, so zombie is
it's not my
indeed
trap.
getting
Go away.
those attacks on the board. He is sending those warhounds in. I don't know.
Lightning resistance.
I do not.
No.
I just like don't use these often enough to feel like I get like great value out of them ever. But
now.
yeah, this is not a lot of lightning resistance on these Phantasm Warriors.
Oh, we got Mad Hat here too.
Even
Hey,
with
hey,
magical
Mad Hat,
wards,
there
those
are
guys
full-loaded
can get
elephants.
blasted
I think
if
zombie's gonna win.
he's got
I
it.
really
If
do.
he's got it. Yeah, that is. Look at that. He just like blows
Tier
away
one.
your Inquisitors. Jesus Christ. That's a tier 1. That's a tier 1 unit.
Yep.
That was a tier 1 unit. Arbalests doing like 30-40 damage per hit against these Inquisitors. And this is
Ridiculous.
exactly what
What?
WinSlaya needed to avoid.
No, you're
like,
gonna kill my hero like that? No. Don't do
is
it.
your hero in defense mode also?
I'm pretty sure I unchanged
Yeah, you're-
that, so he's probably not in defense mode. Is he?
I think he is, because it says shield
no,
wall on
shield
it. Oh no, maybe that's coming from
You get
somebody
shield-
else.
shield wall from,
The Phantasm Warrior?
Whatever. Yes.
Oh my god. So yeah, it looks like
Didn't
this
quite
is
do much on the first
this might be a
turn. I
really
knew they
really
hit
quick
hard,
battle.
but
This might be
dang.
WinSlaya just getting obliterated by zombies Arbalests. I'm so glad that this is exactly as absurd as I was as I had thought it was, because zombie has been
You're
talking
right.
about this for a little while, and boy,
You
it's
just sent everybody
delivering.
forward, so my guys should be able to do something with this.
Just use your low tier units to take out their leadership structure. And of course, this is WinSlaya's leadership structure. So anytime you kill units now in the new patch, it checks not just was the unit killed, but
Yeah,
was it
no, the
higher or
elves
lower
are
tier.
pretty good.
And it
I agree.
didn't seem to did they roll that back?
They added a
Because
bunch
that's
of new
minus
mounts in
8
the latest
and that's
Primal
only
tree.
minus 6 on
Blind
the
punch.
ethereal guys. Why did they only lose 6 morale? They're
Oh yeah, I
level-
need to
they're
turn on
tier
the sound at
1s.
this point, definitely. Thanks, Mad Hat.
That doesn't make any sense.
I always forget when I
And
go
it was
from
minus
recording.
8 on the tier
to turn this
2s.
back on.
Is it distance? What? Why? Baddock, do you have an
Alright,
answer
well,
for
you
this?
get to fight him next.
I get to fight him next. Well, Miah's actually here, so I was probably gonna fight her after this battle.
No worries.
Yeah. Unless
I'll have to come up with a real
there's
build.
like maybe Ninju can stop zombie. That could be something. Yeah, that could be something.
This is so insane. I haven't done anything.
Yeah,
in my
this
life.
is insane. This is exactly the sort of like if you want to make ranged rise up, I guess then this is the way, because zombie is really getting great value out of these Arbalests. The question is, can he hold up here? Because these Arbalests will drop off really quickly because of the spawn kin, which means that any damage that gets applied to them is just going to dramatically decrease their damage output. But if WinSlaya cannot do damage to these things literally next turn, look at this shoot crossbow. look at what he's done. Look at what this boy has done. Oh my god.
Until you get your actions. That's why.
Yeah, so Zombie's build is just like insane Arbalests. WinSlaya's build is mostly just like Glacial Mammoth Primals. He's just
Lot
like
of-
playing
lot of
just a
good chance
generic
early. Lot of damage early.
primal build just to see if like unfocused primals that aren't trying to abuse summons aggressively are meta here in manuals. And I think the answer to that is no, because I
Like
think
Zombie's been planning.
I think Zombie has been planning. He's doing so. This is an insane amount of damage. WinSlaya, what is your build going for? Because my chat asked, and I said it looks like it's mostly just like primal glacial mammoths that are trying to be mostly fair, but I don't know if you had a theme more than that.
I wanted to try wards, and this is not the match for wards.
Yeah, warding against like 50 physical damage is
It doesn't do anything.
it doesn't do anything.
Wards can be good until
It's
not,
usually
and,
it usually is.
You know, I wanted to do some stuff with Inquisitors and my Elementals, but I don't think they're gonna get a chance to. I think
a lot of your
everything I was
units are
thinking
gonna
about
die.
playing around, it's just, yeah, it's not happening here.
I think you need to kill those Arbalests as quickly as you can, because they at least they're spawnkin. So if you have your battle mage hero with fire evocation, yeah.
It could work, yeah.
So here you can see lightning evocation is just not putting in work against these Arbalests. That is unfortunately the truth. But that's not even. I don't even know if that's anybody's fault, because these guys are being covered by warding. So you can see that Zombie is using these support units really well, and this is something that you do need to use in manual battles. Yeah, warding is not going to help against this nonsense. 30 damage and then 6 spirit, and then of course these things also have mighty unique, which is where they're getting all of their extra damage from.
And that's because of the guy who's warding everyone over here. Nice.
Yeah, the support unit is just like running all over you. Support units are good. Yeah, this
place, where does this guy end up? Does it show me where he's gonna end up? Doesn't look like he might even move.
Actually, I don't know if it's.
Does that take away their defense mode? I assume it does.
If you cancel their defense
No,
mode, it definitely takes it away. I don't know about
it
frozen.
only freeze. Don't remove defense mode. Even
It
stun
doesn't?
don't.
Oh.
Even stun don't remove
Nice.
defense mode.
Cool.
Okay, so it sounds like, yeah,
I really want to double summon here.
if WinSlaya wants to
badly.
do stuff in this area, I think he does need to cancel this defense mode on the Steel Shaper.
Slow
And
remove,
unfortunately, that does mean that, like,
it's
this
remove
Primal
regulation,
Mammoth,
but not,
I think it's gonna
defense.
have to go in there and just kind of like waste its value. In which
You
case,
might
I
attack
think
charge
if
strike,
he'd spawned it
remove,
like here, or maybe
defense.
even here, would he have been able
Yeah.
to break away and charge in? Probably, and that would have dealt more damage. So that might have been better than summoning like immediately onto the guy. If you're gonna do a charge strike, you know, make sure you line it up well. And boy, the Tyrant Knights, I guess, did not get toasted the way that I thought they were going to, but they're still kind of in a weird spot where with 128 HP, 5 defense, and 3 resistance, I'm not convinced that these Tyrant Knights are going to be able to survive as a flanking attack. This
have this
Warbreed
nice
is
polearm
just
that I want to
very,
do
very
things
scary
with.
and great at threatening the presence of the Tyrant Knight.
Strong,
I think that Tyrant Knight needed to
on
be
my
like over
animals.
here. And I think it needed to be closer to the Arbalests. So the rule set in, yeah, I can summarize it in writing, Baddock, and send it over to you. We could probably just type it up in a Google Doc, and then like see, like we'll put in what our build currently is in terms of tomes. Those I like. It's all pretty flexible at the moment. But yeah, 2 tier 1 tomes. If you want to bring a 3rd tier 1 tome, you can, but it's the 2 tier 2, 1 tier 3, and then 6 tier 1 units, 4 tier 2 units, 2 tier 3 and 1 tier 4, and then half of each rank max, so you can't take like 6 Anvil Guards as your tier 1 units. You have to bring some other stuff. I'm gonna bring a scout as Reavers, Baddock. You can't stop me. It gives marked. That's basically good. Probably, hopefully.
No, it's not. Stop saying that.
I think one scout and 1 mage lock is probably reasonable, given that we'll also have one glade runner. And we might even have a dragoon,
Flora.
depending on what we're looking at, because we are gonna need a downgrade.
You have others, I know.
Kind of like no matter what we're doing. But yeah, we'll see.
So you freed him up. You need to
All right, how is WinSlaya gonna get out of
try
this?
mass condemn, which would be
What?
pretty interesting.
What can this? Oh my God! Look at how much damage his Tyrant Knight does against that Bastion. 11. Oof. 11 damage against 131 HP. Yeah, I think Bannerlords is actually pretty good. To be honest, I was actually really impressed with it. Yeah, the morale stuff, it seems like they did not take the right amount of damage, but I really honestly do not know why.
Yeah.
You can't get around to liking Stormborn. Well, so that's the thing, is that it is mostly just Naga and Stormbringer, honestly, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. It's a pretty good major transformation. I would say it's probably the best major transformation right now. And then the Stormbringers are an incredible unit. Just insanely strong. But you're right that the other parts of the tome are mostly skippable, but that's not always a problem, because you're just gonna end up with spells that you kind of don't want to research in most builds anyway, and so that gives you an opportunity to reset and go back and take Wayfinder enchantment or something like that, something that's inexpensive and gets you one extra research, so that way you get through your tomes faster. Because getting through your tomes, the slip away on all of your units is pretty crazy. It obviously, in a universe where you're gonna have mythic units and gold golems and whatnot, that the slip away is not just pure upside. It does not apply to non-racial heroes as well. So it's not going to give you slip away on your dragon ruler, but that's okay. If it gives you slip away on all of your bastions and all of your war breeds and all of your berserkers, that's good enough. That it is honestly good enough. And then throwing on top of that the Stormbringer, which is one of the best tier 4 units in the game, I think. If not the best tier 4 unit in the game. It's just a great tome. You do need obviously draft, because you cannot be planning to use Stormbringers if you're not using stuff that gives you a lot of draft. Yeah, I was just talking about that charge attack in specific, when Saya looking at your Tyrant Knight charging into a bastion to deal 11 damage.
It's okay, well, I gotta have to do something with that unit, right? I could try and bring him around this side. I can. I don't know, but then that other guy doesn't get any actions.
I mean, at least you have quick reflexes, so that way... wow, that just didn't matter at all. The Arbalests just shot your Inquisitors to death, no problem.
Yeah, no problem.
They just had to get close. That was all. Oh my God.
All you gotta do is get close, bud.
Zombie, you kiss your mother with this mouth? This is ridiculous.
Alright, kill off this thing, because we
Can WinSlaya do anything in this fight? Honestly, I'm not sure here, because this looks like some of my fights against WinSlaya, but from the other direction. But that's I think part of the beauty of the Skirmish mod. There are some really wild builds. What's he doing?
How is the units named? Lightbringers, yes. But
yes.
I forgot summon them and just bought.
Wait, were you gonna bring a Lightbringer, Zombie?
I won't, but I forgot.
Zombie, that is 100% style. Zombie was debating bringing a Lightbringer, but forgot. I think that would have been actually really funny to see instead of one of the Houndmasters. Lightbringers are probably still not very good in this format, because they are extremely fragile, and even with Zombie's Industrious Shell here, I think he would struggle probably to keep a Lightbringer alive and get good value out of it. But the ability to do a mind control effect isn't bad. It's I just think if you're gonna do that, then to bring Nymphs. It's much better in Skirmish. Nymphs are really actually not bad in Skirmish mod, especially if you throw Tome of Warding on there. The ability to do an AoE
I have
debuff
nothing.
clear as well as a bunch of extra bolstered resistance
nothing.
is very,
Look
very
at
good.
all, stuff of this world. Oh,
Oh my god.
I'm
You
trying.
can
I'm
do it.
trying. I'm trying.
I mean, if somehow WinSlaya can break down the bastions, then like this core of zombies is extremely fragile. But I don't think he should be putting damage here. I think he needs to do something about these Arbalests, and he needs to do it like now.
Kills. Nothing.
I think he just needs to accept that.
can do it.
Oh my god, he's got Walker.
Kill
Easier said than done.
somebody.
Where? How?
Somebody
Where
too.
are these units supposed to be going?
Let's see if I can even manage that.
Yeah,
you summon,
this is
big
bad
moment.
for WinSlaya. He is in a lot of trouble.
Summon.
This is not a bad place to be going for an AOE, especially if you can get a model off of the elephants. That'll be fantastic for reducing their damage output. But he needs to get models off of those elephants, or he is done.
You
Oh.
come in here. try to flex.
He might. I think honestly, he might benefit from using his lightning evocation here to reduce the resistance on these guys first.
Yeah, at least I get the slowed, which will
Just
help with damage
to do a
here, I
little
think.
bit of extra elemental damage off of that cleaving charge, but I don't know if he's going to see that or
Oh,
not. It looks like not.
insane.
Nothing.
I don't know if that would make a
That's
difference,
not insane
honestly. I
damage.
think
No damage.
Winsay is probably
Zombie,
dead,
are
and I
you
think he's
mocking me?
probably thrown in that towel. But I think there it
I mean, this
probably
is
would have done a
damage,
lot more damage for him to
from
do
this
the
unit.
lightning evocation first.
because I saw a step ahead.
Yeah, you saw what I was thinking, and I was
Yes,
considering that for a while, but it's just like, I don't know, man. From here, what do I do?
I think you could have done a little more damage on that cleaving hit if you'd done lightning evocation first for the sundered resistance.
That's fair.
But-
I should be.
but I don't
thinking
know
about
if-
that.
If you want to do that or not, because if you can do dark ritual off of that, that could be better.
Yeah, I was hoping to get some kills here and then.
And then Dark
but I
Ritual.
don't even think I can do
Yeah,
much from this position.
Yeah, that is the
Like,
problem.
ouch.
In order to use dark ritual, you do have to kill something first.
That's only 12 damage off of that unit.
He does have a wand of poison darts. But yeah, I think WinSlaya needed probably to just accept that he wasn't going to be able to kill something before the dark ritual, and then just use the sundered resistance to try to shred these models, because this is the core of Zombie's damage. If he can remove all of those crossbow units, then
Yeah,
Zombie will stop being able to
No.
just like pin cushion WinSlaya's units
What do you mean, stop
at will.
killing my units? You! No,
But
you!
this is really spooky. Did he get it? He got one. Okay, he got one. That's a big deal for WinSlaya. That pulls him back in terms of morale,
fine.
leaving your opponents on high morale where
It's
they are
all
able to do like
high.
crits that do a bazillion damage is a bad problem.
Oh,
Where? Is it?
on my all units, yes.
Yeah, he was at morale high, but you just pulled him back down through that kill.
Mhm. Alright.
I think that this is still probably going to be impossible for Winslet to pull off, but I think that he actually had a pretty reasonable chance here in terms of his tools. I think he just needed to use his Phantasm Warriors more as like hardcore defensive tools and have them with the shield wall on everyone before
Much better
closing
areas
in.
to use that unit, but I
That said,
wasted my,
I think it was just the
Ash
Inquisitor that
is
really
getting
got
over here.
wasted there off of the lack of shield wall, so I don't know how big a
someone
deal that
controls
actually
the
was.
pain, you know?
And I think obviously he could have probably used his Ancestral Warden to do a primal lunge
It
into
really
these
only
guys.
kills
I think
units
that was
that
a
really can
panic
be worthless.
thing on Winslaya's part. Because using a primal lunge off of Ancestral
I
Warden
got
onto a
these
bunch
two
of
I get.
mounted Arbalests,
But I
that
parked
sounds
my
like a
unit
lot
on
of
it.
damage.
Why did I do that? Why did I do that?
Winslaya, you could have used your primal lunge into all those Arbalests.
Oh, after I killed off one. Yeah.
Yeah, that would have been really scary. But I guess if you needed to kill the plant, you needed to kill the plant.
Yeah, my hero's pretty toast here anyways, I think. He's not got anywhere he can hide, unfortunately.
I mean, you can use obscuring to prevent him from getting wasted.
I think he's pretty wasted anyways. Question is, how do I get the most out of this position here?
I think WinSlaya is underestimating the survivability of this unit here, because these bastions don't really have like an easy way to threaten down here with the ancestral warden in the way. So I think if WinSlaya just took his hero and placed it here, and then took this Phantasm Warrior and placed it in front in defense mode, it probably wouldn't be. I mean, it wouldn't. He might be able to get away with just moving this guy back and then using Restore and then defending here with the Phantasm Warrior, because he does want some sort of physical defense on these support units. Because right now, 2 physical defense is absolutely not enough in this combat. And plus 3 is a big deal. So can he, if he were to do that, could he keep his hero alive by moving his second hero here? Let's see. So he's got 32 movement, so each of these is going to be 8. So 1, 2, 3, 4,
I just don't see myself doing anything useful.
Yeah, he could go here, and he could restore. He could double restore on his hero, and that would get him up to
I'm debating a few things. Oh, wait,
57 HP and 2 regeneration, so it'd get him up to 69 HP. So like, I feel like WinSlaya should do that just so he gets to 69 HP anyway. Because that is the funny sex number.
Yeah, no, I'm about to pass it. I just
You already moved your leader, no?
No, both of his heroes are still open, so he could double restore.
Yeah. Theoretically, it's a thing. I don't hate it, but I think
it would cost you the flexibility of responding to a CC. But if you can keep your ruler alive, then it is obviously worth doing.
Yeah, you're right. I don't think he's doing much more other than spells for the rest of this fight, so let's just keep them at a safe distance.
If it makes you feel any better, WinSlaya, if you double restore, then the regeneration kicks in, you'll be at 69 HP. So, you know, like
all that really matters.
Because now WinSlaya has picked up 2 stacks of regeneration, so he should be in a reasonable position here to keep this ruler alive. Hopefully,
enjoy your turn.
One more turn, but keeping his ruler alive there in a world where they're about to get blown to pieces.
Helped me there, like bringing 2 mammoths into the back line just to deny running away could have been huge.
Okay.
Let's see what Zombie is up to. Yeah, he's up to everything. Good lord. Yeah, this. Look at the damage on this polearm against this mammoth. Just toasting it. Oh my god, 60 damage right now. Is this guy even maxed out on strengthen stats? No, he's not even maxed out on strengthen, so it could be even more if Zombie really wanted to. Behold the power of polearms, I suppose.
Ow.
Wowzer.
Leave him alone. No, your Arbalests are gonna get their overdraw. No.
No, oh my god, they are. Oh my god.
He doesn't need these tier 4. This tier 4 has not contributed need to.
Yeah, the Warbreed's just like watching the fight.
And these guys are gonna get an overdraw on so many units. So many good units. All of my good units are dead units.
No. You brought the ability to dodge attacks sometimes. You'll be fine, WinSlaya.
He's not even using his ruler to do it. Nice.
What is this hero even gonna do? Revitalize, I guess? Like...
He's got plans.
Oh no! I mistake.
You thought one was
Oh, did you use Restore and you meant to use Revitalize?
Yes.
Oops.
Stupid. As usual.
Well, we'll see if that's enough to help
It's okay, you're
WinSlaya
gonna
out.
win. This
I
is
don't
fine.
think it is gonna matter. I think Zombie had this this fight pretty well sewn up after the first couple of engagements. Like that was just like a devastating loss for the Tyrant Knight to be attacking Bastion for 11 damage. If your opponent has Bastions, do your best to just not attack them. We'll see, Mary. I don't think so. Not on the current build of Skirmish.
Yeah, I
On the
think when
current build of
somebody summons
Skirmish,
in your
it's
backline,
definitely impossible
even
because
if
it just
they
doesn't give you the
return or
coins.
disappear,
But
it's gonna be pretty
we'll
hard to
see
move
if
everything
we
away
can
from
start
it, and
getting
that
like
means
some
you kinda
traction
have
when it
to
comes to
dedicate
skirmish
your
tournaments and
actions
whatnot.
to
Because
yourself.
Badak does
You're not
love
just
the mod. It's just that like his time is valuable, and multiplayer stuff like traditionally doesn't do as well as single player stuff, and modded stuff typically doesn't do as well as vanilla stuff, both in terms of content as well as in terms of like downloading things in the Steam Workshop and whatnot. So like Badak knows that the skirmish mod is just like downloaded a lot less than some of his other mods, and so he doesn't have like infinite
See,
time
this is when you
to
downgrade everything to tier
to
1 coins.
add
When you
extra
see
things to
Zombie
the
and you're
game.
like,
We'll see if
you might even
getting up to
just go tier
2v2
one
is
at a time.
something that happens in the future. That could also be something if you, Miah, if you and Mary wanted to do a fight, that could also be something fun. If you feel confident, Miah, in like setting it up, because I can talk you through like what the menu looks like if you're not familiar, but I know that you've seen like at least one of those. And that could also be really cool. Like having viewers fight each other would be a real blast. Yeah, those Tyrant Knights are getting torn apart. That's it. That is the end of the fight. The Tyrant Knights had no one defending them and nowhere to go and no way to contribute meaningfully to that flank, and then got completely devastated. Good lord. Spawnkin on Warbreeds is high risk, high reward, but Zombie did not get punished for it, and he got rewarded
so many actions.
beautifully. Yo, this Tome of the Horde, this looks pretty good, actually. Here on this this skirmish mod here, right here, it's plus 20% damage. Just don't take damage, you'll be fine. Yeah, that's fine, Mary. Like we'll probably be doing at least one skirmish stream a week, probably. Like we're just trying to get some community interest in interaction with it, and then see if we can get enough people, like either content creators or just like people from the audience, interested in doing a tournament, because I think that would be fun. But for now we're mostly in just like getting the word out about the mod phase. So like there's no rush, but if you guys are ever interested in something like that, then like it doesn't even need to be on stream, obviously. Like if you guys in the community in the Discord want to organize skirmish games with each other, please feel free to. And if you want to play with like different rules than what we're experimenting, that's absolutely fine. Just like record what you were playing with, like in terms of your settings, and just tell us about it, because we want to know like what other kinds of formats you guys are playing and what things you're finding are fun. I think this format looks fun, because I think we've really only started to dip our toes in terms of the construction here, but it does look pretty silly. It does look pretty silly what Zombie's doing against Primals, the masters of manual. I think Primals are probably like B- tier, honestly. Like I think they're pretty good, and I think that their economy scales a lot better than the really bad economies. But like I think the biggest thing going for them is that their roster is very high quality, and then like the second thing going for them is that they have pretty reasonable access to economy scaling. It's just slow, but like their manual combats are good against people who are unprepared for it, but not great against everybody.
Good job, guys. Wait, he just did 13 damage to a friendly unit? Did he just use the cleaving strike on a friendly?
Yeah, cleaving strike has AoE. Yeah.
No, I thought he'd use a single action attack, but instead, well, I guess they're both single action. He chose one that would hurt his friendly. Nice. Good decision.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's clear charge. Strange. And clear charge don't.
This is the power of taunt. This is really what Anvil Guards are good for. These things are crazy durable and really good at just like tar pitting people. The taunt ability for 3 turns is hilariously rude whenever used against tier 1 units. But even against higher tier units, like it can definitely be worth risking. We did it against Miah, where we were able to get a couple of like really easy successful taunts off at the beginning of our fight against, I think it was against her bronze golem and like something else. And like anytime you get access to a taunt on a high tier unit like that where you can force them to waste their time on a low tier unit is just fantastic. Yeah, the power of taunt, like I think taunt is an amazingly powerful effect and a really good reason to bring like at least one restore. You need something that removes negative status effects,
of course.
no matter what.
Yeah,
it was a bronze and an iron golem. I mean, both of those were like 50% shots, and then I think I failed both of the taunts later, so it like ended up being balanced out. But because I got the taunts on like the early rolls, it was really, really impactful in terms of snowballing the military. Like your front line was locked in a combat where they were definitely gonna win, but they were gonna definitely win pretty slowly.
Yeah, you needed.
Yeah, so Godsen says, random question thought, do we think if Artifact Hoarders had 1 more mana per item but lowered city stability per item, would this be a reasonable nerf to the trait while also buffing Dark? I think it would be a reasonable, well, it might even go beyond the point of reasonability depending on how much the city stability per item is, because the thing is that like the game doesn't let you sell items anymore, so now you have to just dismantle them for the binding essence, but at a certain point, like, dismantling items for binding essence means nothing because you just end up with like 1 billion binding essence and nothing to spend it on. So like
Probably
disbanding
not the
stuff,
right one. We'll find
probably not what you want to be doing with all those items. And having stability penalties does kind of matter at a certain point. Stability bonuses don't matter as much because like going into positive stability pays you back very, very slowly unless you're playing as high. But going into negative stability does matter, and again, unless you're playing as Dark. And I think if they want to buff Dark rather than like penalizing everybody else, which is mostly what that would be doing, I'd rather see them do something to reset like what they're thinking about when it comes to the Dark economy, because there are like parts of the Dark economy that aren't functional right now in their current state, but I think you could rejigger them. Like right now, a lot of the Dark economy is built in building a couple of pieces of infrastructure that come off of farms. Farms are better in the world where food bonuses are a little less scary. Like the food is generically a lot stronger in Age of Wonders 4 than it was in previous patches because of the way they rebalanced the food point requirements for each population. But like you still don't really want to have 2 farms in your city for a long time. Even with the changes there, you mostly want to get your food from everything other than farms, and in order to build your level 2 extra research thing, you do need 2 farms. But then they also have this problem where like a bunch of their economy is coming from having like captured heroes and stuff, and its unit roster. Yeah, like the captured heroes thing, I think they just need to scrap that entirely and come up with like a brand new way to think about it. But the unit roster for Dark is no bueno. There's no survivability and sustain, and I know that like they're trying to make it so that Call of the Weak does that, but if you're gonna try to make it so that Call of the Weak does that, then you need to add like 10 or 15 hit points to a lot of those units, so that way they have the time to absorb the first blows, you know, like just take hits up front, and then still be alive to execute an attack in order to utilize the Call of the Weak, get the regeneration stack and the extra damage. But like the way that they work right now with their unit roster being Dark Warriors and Pursuers at the bottom, both of whom are relatively fragile units because you have a level 1 shock unit and a level 1 ranged unit, and then at the second level we have a polearm, and a level 2 polearm isn't a bad thing, but the level 2 polearm for Dark is like offensively focused. The way that it operates is that at the end of its turn it's going to apply sundered resistance and I think sundered defense as well to every enemy who's like adjacent to them, and that's good from the meta perspective of like adding more damage, but it's at the end of like your turn, and so you can't really use it in the same turn in order to increase your damage output, and therefore it doesn't really save you models by decreasing the number of units on that enemy unit until after it gets an opportunity to attack. So like their polearm is mostly not good in comparison to the other polearms. I think they probably have the worst tier 2. They can be really good in terms of increasing the damage output for other things, but like the best use case for a good polearm is not like we're going to set ourselves up for over the course of the next 2 or 3 turns we're going to increase our elemental damage on everything. It's these keep our other pieces alive, and the Night Guard is bad at that. And then the Warlock is probably the best part of the Dark unit roster, I think. It's just that it is not a support unit, and not being a support unit is kind of a big deal, because it means that like at the beginning of a fight with a Dark army, you can't just show up with a unit that has 30 physical damage on it. So I think if you want to make Dark a little better, then maybe you want to play around with like herbivores, so at least they have a way to heal themselves at the beginning of combat, because the lack of a support unit really matters, and not just from the healing perspective. Like here in this fight, we've seen these Steel Shapers produce a lot of value for zombie by just using warding, because that just kept a lot of these Arbalests alive. It did a great job. Yep, there it is.
Tier 1, and this is my primal. Well,
it's tier 1, that's your primal. That's the power of defense mode warding, I guess. Is he even using it here? No, he wasn't even using it there. That's Battle Seeker training and bolstered. Yeah, I mean, like, chaplains can help Dark, because, like, they do everything that a support unit should do. It's just that it's in the same... It's in a tome that you're mostly gonna skip most of the time, but like they need something, because like after they do their tier 2s, they get to tier 3 and they get Dark Knights, and Dark Knights are in a weird spot, because like Dark Knights are really strong at the beginning of the game. If they have an opportunity to just like, if you can get one from like a map event and you can hire a Dark Knight or a Knight, then like a tier 3 shock unit really does run the board for a while. But it has some issues where like as the game goes on and you get into Ancient Wonder fights and infestation fights against a lot of like complicated and strong enemies, then the auto-resolve AI will get pretty problematic when it comes to really fast units. If you have a couple of units that are 48 movement speed and then like everybody else is 32 or 40, then the AI will unfortunately run your 48 movement point units like just well ahead of the army most of the time, and then they'll die in auto resolves a lot more. It is a big problem. Yeah, you need to go Dragon, Chaplain, and Alchemy to rush tier 2 tomes. That's it. That's what you need to do in order to get value out of Dark. But like the Dark Knight does do a lot of damage. The Dark Surge is a powerful ability that just lets you do a lot of extra damage if you have any debuffs, not just the weakened debuff. So it interacts really favorably with things like Sundered defense off of Tome of Enchantment, and that is actually a natural fit for Dark. But like there's no sticking power. There's absolutely no sticking power for the Dark roster. There's nothing that has the defense mode shield wall, and like not having shield wall and not having warding means that Dark has to look outside for those pieces. And that's not a catastrophe when it comes to the supports. Like, there are a lot of really great supports that you get access to. Fairies are really good. Scalds are really good. Nymphs can be good, but they have problems in regards to, like, their auto-resolves and stealing experience points. But, like, the presence of other supports in the game means that, like, it's forgivable to Dark to not have this. They just need to find a solution to it really quickly. But, like, the low-tier unit lack of any durability at all is so bad for their auto resolve. It like Dark lose they don't lose like entire armies to auto resolve that they really have no there's no explanation for other than the autoresolve just doesn't know how to use ranged units. Like when you play with Reavers, you'll just lose entire armies in autoresolves and Ancient Wonders, and it's just because like you have a ranged unit that just like wanders around in the backyard doing literally nothing all combat, and then watching its friends die, and then it'll run away. And you don't see that with Dark, but you do see a lot of fights where you're like, I've got 4 units, they've got 3 units, everyone should be fine here, and then 2 of your Dark Warriors die for no reason because they're Dark Warriors, and then you just spent 120 gold on that fight. So it's yeah, they're tough. I think Dark is probably one of the. I think Dark is probably C tier. That is something that we're going to revisit whenever we do the video. Probably what we're going to do is record Monday, Tuesday, and then out Wednesday. And then in the event that we get things done early, it'll be out on Tuesday. But we're gonna do all the traits and all the cultures. And I think Dark and Mystic are C. I think that Dark being B was ambitious. Like their economy is just not very good, and that needs to be reflected in their letter grade. I do pick Tomes that hero. Oh, so Godson says he makes a typical cleric hero with Dark. Yeah, cleric heroes actually can be pretty good. It's just that like a cleric hero isn't going to have the same sort of burst healing that even just a normal support does. In order for you to have like a normal support burst healer, then you need to get a wand of healing. Yep. Now you can do that. You can get a wand of healing actually pretty easily. If you start with Reclaimers, you can make a wand of healing immediately if you want to. It's still kind of slow, so I would say most of the time you probably don't want to use Reclaimers, just because like you spend a lot of turns waiting for things coming to you. But Wand of Healing 30 is a lot more than a restore. Like one normal restore heals 10 and then applies a stack of regeneration, which heals 6 per turn.
Yeah.
Looks like, yeah, there it is. This is a very easy sweep here for Zombie. He's just casting a what was that? Was that another inspiring chant?
These guys definitely needed strength. They were hitting for
too
little.
Not hitting for enough damage on Zombie's side. He's only hitting for 50 damage per shot. But yeah, the heroes, you can build a good support hero pretty quickly in Age of Wonders 4. The only downside is that like a good support hero is typically only going to be as good as like a support is as a support, whereas a good like warrior hero is going to be a lot stronger than a lot of your other units, as long as you have like one item to throw on them. And then if you don't have something to throw on them, then like a battle mage I think is actually forgivable, because battle mages with like, especially if you have distant evocation and you have one of the cultural abilities, like if you're playing as high, then having access to the light smite ability that adds sunder defense and resistance is, I think, really good. But yeah, if you have warding and fertility, then you start getting into the point where your support heroes can out-support supports.
That's what I would expect.
But you kind of need both of those, and that's a very narrow build. But yeah, at that point, cleric heroes really can start pulling their weight. It's just that like you do need to be careful, because if you have all cleric hero abilities, then your heroes will not attack in combat. They will literally do nothing when it comes to attacking. They'll just like wander around healing over and over and over and over again. WinSlaya, you have so many of these zombies here. Like you'll win this. You got zombies. You'll be fine.
Zombies don't work against zombies. It's like fighting fire with.
It's like fighting fire with another undead fire. Oh my god! Look at those things. You'll be fine. Dies in one shot. 54 damage.
That unit is supposed to do things.
Yep, that's a tier 1 unit right there. That is a tier 1 unit right there. That's another tier 1 unit right there. Did you know that was a tier 1 unit?
No, really?
Yeah,
really?
That's also a tier 1 unit.
You don't need figures when you got bonus damage, apparently.
Yeah, nah.
Can I kill anything at this point? Maybe.
Good lord. Yeah, zombie is like
Really
he
lucky I
is
can
really
kill,
showing
like,
off this nonsense build of his. Let me see if I'm gonna check what Eileen's up to. But like after this fight, depending on how quickly we end this, I'm probably gonna fight with Miah unless we want to do something else.
No, that sounds good.
After this fight, I go eat.
Okay, yeah, it sounds good.
That's why, yeah, I need break.
Yeah, the zombie's brain has been just like burning the midnight oil. He's been planning for this. He's been up until 3 in the morning every single night trying
I
to.
don't play in this at all. It's just big build from. You remind me about this Arbalests, and I think why not?
Yeah, it's such a cool idea, zombie. This is really fun.
Oh, I should have done this first. Actually, it's fine. Go ahead and kill him with this.
Back to nature.
Oh, how dare I?
Zombie and WinSlaya are about to finish their fight, and then I was gonna play a game against Miah. Are you still thinking downtown after that?
Well, good.
Kill this guy in the front.
Okay.
No.
Yes. I need it. Don't take this from me, zombie. I need it. Alright, that will be some damage. Ew. Ah, no! Curse you again!
Yay! I'm alive.
You monster.
Yeah, no. Do not do if you really want to, Miah, to run Mighty Meek Industrious in multiplayer, then like be my guest. You're not gonna have a good time. It's gonna reward you a lot if you can get into a fight before you get to your tier 3 tomes, and then it's gonna punish you very badly after that. Like in a very early fight, Mighty Meek can be really good simply because it does add a lot of damage whenever you're fighting against the enemy heroes. It adds basically nothing whenever your units are fighting, like other tier 1 and tier 2 units. Like that is not where you're going to get value there. But the ability to pressure enemy heroes in a low tier like early game fight is actually really powerful, because that is where the majority of the enemy's damage production is going to come from. And so if you can make it so that the enemy can't use their hero to kill your units, because your units will kill their hero, then it really sets you up to just run the board, because you're you can do whatever you want to whenever it comes to this sort of damage. But like in a normal scenario, if you were bringing a bunch of Arbalests to a fight like this with tier 3 tomes, first of course the heroes would probably be more like level 8 to 12 depending on how successful your creeping was. So that would make it just like harder to run tier 1 units generally. But then also like you just would, if you had a bunch of Arbalests here, you would be a bunch of Arbalests against like a bunch of Bastions, and that's definitely pretty scary. But yeah, taunts and Arbalests is a very strong combination, and I think one of the things that really highlights the strengths of Industrious. It has a great unit roster. I think that the unit roster for Barbarian is better, but I think it's pretty close, and I think that the unit roster for Industrious is the second best, and then it's probably Primal. Just because like the power that you get off of the Industrious Anvil Guard is so huge when it comes to the early game. Like you can just watch, that is one of the things that you can just easily recognize when you watch autoresolves. The AI loves using taunts on Anvil Guards, and that's the best way to use them. I mean, like they're very, very good when they get to do a taunt. WinSlaya cannot win this. Zombie has all of his elite units still around, but it looks like WinSlaya might be able to take out all of Zombie's damage core there, and then maybe he can take the Warbreed down. I think WinSlaya needed to preserve his Tyrant Knight. I think just letting it die over there because he didn't see a way for him to use it productively was a big waste, because the Tyrant Knight could be putting in some really big work over here, especially on this side right now. Like if he had rotated that east using the 48 movement and was using it to smack down these Anvil Guards and the Gogma, like there's nobody here who can really punish the Tyrant Knight other than the big melee guys who killed it. But that is the way. Like if he hadn't left the Tyrant Note over there to get killed, would those have gotten anywhere? I think maybe no. Actually, I think that WinSlaya could have done that, because the Warbreed only has 32 movement. Like Zombie doesn't have any hasting here. Does this thing seriously has negative morale? Oh my god. Zombie is winning this battle like pretty hands down, and yet somehow some of his bastions, at least one of his bastions, is actually on negative morale. No, both of them are on negative morale thanks to intimidating Orda and all this nonsense.
Wait, don't tell him.
No, it's great. I think WinSlaya, you actually might have had a chance here if you'd preserved your Tyrant Knight and like pulled it out of the way instead of just like doing a 0 movement charge attack that did 11 damage. I think if you'd pulled that back and put it over on the other side of the combat, I think you could have gotten some real value out of it.
Yeah, probably. The idea was to let these higher tier things use actions on it, and
yeah,
try and deal with this nonsense first.
Well, you did succeed on getting the higher tier units to act on it. They got acted on pretty hard.
Yeah. Well, after I lost my tier 3 before it did like anything, it's like
yeah, your Inquisitor got toasted.
I don't think these tier 4s are holding up. I don't actually think that tier 4 would have done much, because I think the Zombie would have placed Inquisitor, or not Inquisitors, Arbalests in a way that made it, if I did use it, it would die like the Inquisitor.
I think part of the problem was your initial approach. You were trying to cover using your support unit to add warding to everybody in a world where you knew that like the physical damage was going to be the big problem. I think as soon as you saw Zombie's composition on this fight, then you probably wanted to scramble and like put shield walls in the middle of your units rather than supports, because plus 3 physical defense does a lot of work against this.
It's true.
It's a lot of nonsense. But I do not think you were winning this either way. I think Zombie had the drop on you.
It's a good build. I when you said that all those things about Mighty Meek, I was like, dang, that sounds good. But it's always hard to know exactly how good it is in practice until you test it.
Yeah.
It's looking good. I don't know. This build that I brought isn't bad.
I think the build you brought is like a pretty good representation of Frost Primal generic, like what people might play in an actual game. Whereas what Zombie is bringing here, obviously this is Skirmish Mod only. You cannot bring this in a real economy. So Zombie's build, we can look over it right here, but he's got Oh, this is not Zombies build. That's WinSlaya's build. Zombies build is right here. So he's got Flame Burst weapon, so he has Tome of Devastation. That's not particularly exciting, but he has Legion of Zeal, so he has Tome of Zeal. He also has Tome of Beacon, so he has Mighty Meek here, which gives him extra spirit damage on attacks for each unit tier on the target. And he has Spawnkin. And he also brought elephant mounts, and so he brought like 3 Arbalests, I think, on elephants with Mighty Meek. And so the way that interacts in this format is that you have a couple of high tier units, but only a couple, but then you also have enemy heroes. And enemy heroes, for the purposes of Mighty Meek, count as tier 5 units, which means that on single hit attacks, like crossbow bolt, and Zombie also brought double Houndmaster here, on anything like that, it deals plus 10 damage against enemy heroes, and even against like just those Inquisitors, it did plus 6 damage, plus 6 spirit damage against those things. And so what Zombie did is he built a build where his high tier units were all very bulky. His low tier units, he had a combination of some things that were bulky and some things that were heavy damage output, but they were really genuinely heavy damage output. And they had the ability to just like absolutely collapse parts of WinSlaya's line here by just doing just a billion damage with these Arbalests. Like he was doing 50 damage before when these things had the Mana Unchained ability on it, because Zombie did activate that earlier, and they were doing 50 plus damage on their overdraw crossbow. Oh, there it was. They were doing 50 plus damage on their overdraw crossbows, 62 damage, and that's not even taking into account the Mighty Meek. So yeah, Zombie with these Arbalests was like just assassinating enemy units here, just tearing WinSlaya's front line apart. And more Bulwark could have helped him, more Shield Wall could have helped him, but I think that probably Zombie's army was probably not going to lose. I think it would have been pretty difficult. Pretty difficult. I mean, at least he's getting a couple of freezes. But yeah, primals are good. But primals are not unbeatable even in this format of manual combats only. And given that they have like an okay economy, they're not really as broken as some people are trying to lead people to believe. Their summons are very powerful in manual combats, but here we are going to see manual combat summons, multiple of them, go nowhere. I wonder if WinSlaya could have gotten more value out of just trying to use the Animus earlier, because I think, yeah, this one still hasn't summoned. WinSlaya, did you get any of your summons off of your Animists?
Yeah, right there.
One.
Oh, you got one off of the Animus and then one off of a spell?
I didn't get to do it the way I normally do.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. I saw a bit of pressure for some reason. I decided to come in. Probably didn't need to.
Okay. All right. Well, that's good. That puts this Primal Mammoth up to summonable next turn if WinSlaya can keep that hero alive. So this time WinSlaya actually took the champion on his ruler as primal, which meant that he could take the Staff of the Glacial Mammoth, and then he passed that off to his other hero. That's very smart. That allows him to use his main hero, his ruler, as a defensive piece, which is very important. If your main ruler is too fragile in skirmish or in manual like normal combat, you're gonna be punished for it, I promise. So passing that staff off makes sense, and then gives this secondary hero here the ability to add another Primal Mammoth. So like there could be another 45 minutes of fighting here out of WinSlaya, but he needs to get insanely lucky. I would not be surprised to see WinSlaya pull this along or die catastrophically next turn. I suppose we'll see.
Fine.
Can he kill Zombie's ruler? He can't kill Zombie's ruler. He doesn't have the pieces here, right? Maybe if he had done a charge strike to displace and replace on the hero from here, push the hero there, and then follow up with the Phantasm Warrior, but maybe he just didn't have enough morale in order to make that work. But yeah, if WinSlaya cannot kill the zombies hero this turn, then I think that's it. Zombies build even has corpse eating. This is another part of Zombies build. This is something that you do not see on like normal builds at all because they're usually a waste. But here we have picked up Ritual Cannibals and Prolific Swarmers on Zombie side. I'm sure that this is just to increase the durability on his Anvil Guards and his Arbalests. But Ritual Cannibals is very good in Skirmish. It's still something that we'll see how it plays in like broad real economy, because I think I do want to try it on a Necromancer build again at some point. But it's very good in Skirmish. It's very, very good in Skirmish. Like, we've seen the power of herbivores already, and this is something that you can get without even spending a trait point on. It just costs you a society point. And given that in Skirmish, you do not need any of the economy Skirmish or the economy picks for your society trait. Oh my god! Yeah, just perma freeze the unit, then you beat zombie fair and square. You did it.
Sounds right to me. All right, where do I go with this last one? Do I might want to kill that tier 4 with this decaying zombie, or make it so you have to apply pressure. Save him.
Does he have? That's not up. That will be up. Actually, that will be up. That's a big problem for WinSlaya. WinSlaya is going to try to go all in on trying to stunlock this Warbreed, but if he's not careful and he only does damage to it and doesn't manage to get another model, I think what we're going to see is Zombie use a restore on this thing, and this thing is going to turn around and power cleave WinSlaya into outer space. We'll see, but that's my bet. That is where my money is.
Oh, I should have done that before attacking with one.
Because here, like, if you're standing next to a tier 3 unit, you might be inclined to just attack this thing and do a lot of damage to it, and that could be good. Like, you can see that's a lot of damage. But, like, this thing mostly doesn't have anywhere else to go. Like, Zombie and WinSlaya are talking about this right now, but all of Zombie's Arbalests are dead now. All of Zombie's army is now just the Elite Core, but the Elite Core is just like so much stronger than what WinSlaya has left in terms of tools, that the Ancestral Warden can't really like do it all on its own. And the melee strike is not going to be enough to pressure somebody who is not mounted itself. And well, this guy's got 10 defense, so this is going to do nothing against that guy. And even though these are large units here on the bastions, they are bastions, so like the Ancestral Wardens just are not going to do a lot of damage here. We can't see it because they can't actually move over there, but I'm sure that these Ancestral Wardens do not do very much on that bastion attack.
And I'm pretty sure that's my turn there.
Did WinSlaya bring the warding ability? He did bring the warding ability. So I think he was getting, bolster resistance on his Mana Unchained. That was a really, really strong cleric ability there. It's just not quite enough. Not quite enough. But this is close, man. This is crazy close. This is a lot closer than some of our manual skirmishes against WinSlaya, where we just like kill 2 units and then die brutally.
You counter me at every turn.
He's just gonna eat all the corpses, man, and like you're never gonna get any value at anything.
No, there's something else.
I mean, is he gonna? I think he's gonna restore here.
No, it's just of course what he's gonna do, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about that already. Like, oh, this looks like a pretty easy setup here.
I should have gone on the archer.
Yeah, this is good. This is good. Everything is fine. Yep, there it is. There it is. That's exactly what we were afraid of. Oh, it didn't no, this is a visual bug. It says that it's not doing enough, but
Slowed?
Oh,
No.
it's because when you slow and dispel
Yes.
slow, it's bug.
oh,
No,
he's
I don't
right.
stop.
They come in with 24. So here,
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
this is probably a bug, but if you are frozen and slowed, and then you use restore on that unit in question, it'll restore the frozen first, and then it'll restore the slowed. And so what happens is when you restore the frozen, you get all of your action points back, but because you're slowed, it'll give it to you as 24 out of 24. And then it'll clear the slowed, and then that moves the cap up to 32. So the Warbreed, unfortunately, still got pretty hosed by that frozen effect. Now, fortunately for the outcome of this game, it did not make a big difference. The Warbreed is going to have a pretty easy time fighting against decaying zombies over here. But that is an annoying bug, because we've encountered that one before. I think we've even shown that one before. Oh boy, yeah.
Slow.
Yeah, getting all those flank attacks, good lord. Hit by a flanking attack, hit by a critical attack.
This has been an intense match. I'm really glad that we brought some insane stuff. No! No! Leave him alone!
Oh my god. Oh no. Yeah, isolated and alone, the Ancestral Wardens are about to get totally dumpstered over there. I'm kind of impressed that these Warbreeds have done as well as they have. Like, historically, if you take Spawnkin on Warbreeds, you can get good value. You just need to, like, keep them really topped off, and that generally means leaning into their defensive characteristics in order to maximize that. But like, he didn't need to in this fight. WinSlaya just like was not able to keep pressure on these Warbreeds at all, and they have enough survivability with their natural regeneration that they've been able to just shrug it off. These things are really good units. They're really good units. All right. Well, what can WinSlaya do with this what is probably his last turn? He's got Primal Mammoths. So if his Primal Mammoths can successfully charge some things down, break some stuff, maybe kill some things, get a little bit of extra morale, maybe that can save him.
Oh wait, no.
I think he's got to go for
him behind, and I should be able to.
the most fragile pieces here. Like, I hope WinSlaya is not trying to find ways for his Primal Mammoth to charge onto this Warbreed, because I don't think he's gonna get there on trying to kill that Warbreed.
Can it displace and replace? I'm confused. It's saying it will.
Yeah. On big targets, it's not working, but my guy don't big.
Right.
Yeah, you didn't take.
Elephants, they don't big.
Yeah, you need to take what, Ancient of Earth to big you, right? That's the only way you can actually get the large target tag, isn't it?
Almost to kill with just the hero. Oh, and that's almost...
Zombie, does super growth plus elephants give you the large target tag, or just give you the single model entity?
Just single model.
So there, if you take the Tome of Vigor as your tier 3 tome, then you get access to super growth, and that gives you the ability to do like single model entity Arbalests, which it turns out Zombie did not bring here, but he did not need them. Like, his Arbalests did a lot more damage that way up front. And then yes, they would slow down a lot more, but I don't think that mattered. I think their ability to just tear WinSlaya's core apart
What do you want me to say?
put him in a pretty rough spot.
Killing me.
Kill his hero.
No,
Maybe I will.
don't do this.
So one thing that WinSlaya might not notice is I think somebody had a resurrection. I thought somebody had a resurrection. So I could have sworn somebody had a restoration. No, maybe not. Well, that's good. That means if WinSlaya can kill Zombie's hero here, then that's good for his morale in a productive way. I don't think that's going to be enough, but if just getting out of this -19 is all WinSlaya really needs to do to keep his formation together right now, and he needs to keep his formation together right now. If he does not, he is in a lot of trouble. Okay. So that's good. He's taken out the enemy leadership structure. That's going to prevent Zombie from casting if he has any casting points left. But this is like turn 4 or 5 or whatever. There's no way Zombie has any casting points in the bank anymore. We have all of our casting points because we are just observing. Okay. Yep. That's a good place to be. Oh. Oh,
That said it was gonna kill. Why did it not kill?
Because you lose models.
Oh no! Flip.
wait, why didn't it kill?
I lost models.
You lost models. Oh, how did you lose models?
I
Attack from
attack up.
button.
Oh, yeah.
That should have been a kill.
It was greedy.
Indeed, it was.
Yeah,
Tried
that's
to
really
get some
greedy.
value
That's
out of these units.
very bad for poor WinSlaya here. I feel like maybe the best thing that these Ancestral Wardens can do is defense mode, but like that is awful value. You can see here he could attack the Warbreeds, but like he's not even going to do enough damage to get through the extra healing that the Warbreeds have picked up. So yeah, I think that is unfortunately, it's either go in on those Houndmasters and try to tear them apart like that, or just defense mode. And given that there is a unit right here that breaks defense mode, I can't blame WinSlaya for trying to do that. Although, actually, this is not a heavy charge strike, so that won't work on Ancestral Warden. So I think WinSlaya actually could have defended there, because that would prevent flanking, and it would add extra defense on everything, and the extra defense mode could keep this thing alive. Probably not. It would probably just waste some of Zombie's time and not reduce the damage output on the Houndmaster, so maybe he did the right thing there.
Impressive, Zombie. Impressive.
Yeah, he's not only winning, he's winning with Tome of Beacon and Tome of Horde.
No! Leave me alone. Oh god, you could have killed
But this is the glory of Skirmish Mod, I suppose.
No! No!
Oh! I mean, like, the Houndmasters did do work here. This is, like, they're mostly just Arbalests plus, but they were Arbalests plus with access to those Hounds at the very beginning of the fight, and that really wasn't a bad thing. Like, starting out with those extra Hounds at the start of battle summons a Warhound that has marked and sundered defense well on its attack, meant that Zombie started with a pretty meaningful advantage in terms of, like, numbers, was able to translate those attacks off of the Warhound into breaking a couple of defense modes that then allowed his Arbalests to move in, do tons of extra damage on that first round of shots, therefore really leverage the Spawnkin ability, and then kind of like create a defensive matrix through offense, because like in a format like this where everyone has a bunch of units with multi models, then you can actually save yourself a ton of HP by dealing damage out, right? Just reducing those models reduces the damage output on these things pretty significantly. And that was what he did. He didn't just reduce models though. WinSlaya lost like an Inquisitor at the very beginning of the game, and that was pretty bad for him. And then I think he mostly just kind of thought that the fight was over before it was probably over. But it would have been very difficult for WinSlaya to win this fight, I think. I think Zombie has found a really good build. Really good build. No Nymph, though. I suspect that's probably correct. Oh, he brought 2 Bastions. That's cheating. So WinSlaya, I'm gonna give you hope here. I think Zombie accidentally cheated. He brought double bastions.
Oh, he didn't he?
Yeah,
What?
Not on purpose. He did.
not
I
on purpose.
cannot-
Don't worry about it.
I cannot do this.
We
So
talked about it earlier, but I don't think you heard us saying that, which is
It's-
totally normal or reasonable. To be
half of each tier has to be like different. So like you can't have all of the same tier. But don't worry about it. Like,
But after this, you say that it's complicated and don't
I think we were talking about something
go in
else.
these rules.
One of the other
on
rules.
this?
There
Yeah,
is
don't-
another rule, but don't
yeah,
worry about it.
don't worry about it, Zombie. Like generally speaking, we're
Too complicated. Don't bring complicated rules on the table.
I don't think the rules are complicated. I think that they were just not very well explained. The rules are pretty straightforward.
Alright, so this needs to be 34 plus something else. It's a lot of damage. 34 plus 32 is D-something. Not enough. Not enough.
Good. I like this. When it's not enough.
Yeah, you like it when you get to hear WinSlaya screaming, "No, no, no, it's not enough."
Yeah. All the time.
Every
That's
time.
Zombie's very favorite thing. Oh no! Oh no!
Versus-
The worst displacement.
Yeah, I was hoping that wouldn't happen that way.
Why it's good?
It's
No?
good because I can't do enough damage now. Not as easily.
Because that pushed it away from the decaying zombie, which would have probably had 2 attacks there initially, but now definitely only has 1. And then it also moved it adjacent to the
About
the guy.
decaying zombie for a second. That's a problem.
Yeah, like I think you actually could have killed that, but here now it's a lot more complicated.
I think I still do. I think I need to.
Yeah, do it.
Okay, so WinSlaya is just gonna kill with the support. That's not necessarily a bad thing. Just getting up that Rising Fury does give him a lot of extra punch here in the late game, and wow, he really is. I said this at least one turn ago, where I'm like, oh, WinSlaya is probably just gonna fight this out for another 45 minutes, and then eventually lose to the Warbreed, and
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
I think that's exactly what he's gonna do. I think it's exactly what he's going to do. He's gonna fight out for 45 minutes and then lose to the Warbreed. But this thing in this long fight like this is now essentially unkillable, because you can see that WinSlaya has like basically nothing that can actually handle a big anti-large right here. His ruler is now dead. His second hero is a staff hero. There's nothing that can do enough damage to the Warbreed to actually break through the regeneration and the natural regeneration stats. And then just like the charge strike itself is just going to do so much damage that it's going to rock through all of WinSlaya's units pretty cleanly. Pretty cleanly. Oh boy, yeah.
Just keeps on going.
Yep, that Warbreed, I don't think you have literally enough damage on your entire board right now, WinSlaya, to kill that thing through its natural regeneration.
So what I do is I run 2 units to the opposite side of the board, and I see if they're 5 turns apart.
Yes.
That's my only hope.
That's exactly it.
This stupid Warbreed.
No, it's good.
No, it's good. Stupid Warbreed. No, it's good.
Oh boy. Do I have here anything? Nope. I think you successfully placed yourself in a position where I can't do much.
Yeah, I think you put up a good fight, WinSlaya. You killed as many of Zombie's units as you could, but like you just do not have any tools in the late game that can kill that Warbreed.
He has spearmans, but
They're
don't
dead.
use it.
He had what?
Spears. At one point, he's
Spears.
mentioned.
Oh yeah, you had some spear units. Yeah, you did have the
But,
ancestral warden, and then
you
it.
don't use it almost all game, just killing weak stuff with spears.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Could have
I
been
think-
more efficient.
I think that WinSlaya could have put up a bigger fight, but I honestly I don't know, Zombie. I feel like you did a really good job in the build phase, and I think that it would have been difficult for WinSlaya to win this fight even with like perfect play. I think your build is just really good.
Test this build in real game. Not this, but similar.
Yeah. No,
Yeah, I was gonna say if you test this in a real game, Zombie, then I think that you need to
respect.
you need to show some respect for your fellow players.
My summon. No, he needed to stay there. His job was to hold the line. Now you have a perfect cleave. I did not mean to give you that. No. Why?
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright, yeah, you win now.
Yeah,
I was
he
supposed
wins
to
it.
summon in-
It's
I was
over,
supposed to
kid.
Summon in there, but that summon was supposed to hold the line.
I mean, even if it did, just like this thing heals
Yeah.
13, 14 HP per turn on its own without any regeneration or healing from anybody else,
Yeah.
and he's got a restore and a revitalize
Well, I feel good
and
about
2
that.
bastions. So
Wait, how often does it go to turn a 9 in combat?
like never. I mean, you guys do a pretty good job of trying.
Ninja says he's free, or was free like an hour ago. If you guys want to, I might battle him. I kind of want to see you against Miah again, or Zombie against Ninja. Zombie, what do you think? You want to fight one more after this, or you said you might have to do something, right?
Yeah, I need.
Yeah, Zombie said I think he said he's done.
I need. It's half of hour, I think, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Your turn.
Yeah, I will have this guy take the retaliation because it's totally smart.
Oh, is he gonna get? Nope, he is not gonna get a bastion. I'm like, is he gonna be able to do the damage to kill this thing here? Absolutely not.
You're not gonna
Maybe he's gonna do enough morale damage. Nah.
14% chance. I like those odds.
Yeah, 14%. That means that it happens 14 times out of 100. So like, it's basically guaranteed.
I think I could have walked further away and walked outside of his range of attack. Oops.
Not now.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I could have slowed.
yeah.
it.
You could have
I
because
think
of
away.
slowed. Yep.
I gotta learn how my faction work. But yeah, I'd
Actually-
message Ninja to see if you can do another.
You are not quite as dead here because like I think if you just rotated away from the Warbreed, because it was only 32 movement.
Yeah.
Zombie doesn't have anything to haste that thing. So I think if you just rotated away from there entirely, it would have helped you.
Oh right, and there's this.
Yeah. Yep. There it is. This Warbreed has received
Alrighty.
83 HP of healing. It got more than halfway killed, and then it just does not matter. Warbreeds just keep on ticking. And morale very low, and they are ready to run. What's that? Are you gonna run? You gonna run, kid? I think you can run.
I will get you.
You've got the skills.
Oh.
I poke at you. At least there, because the Warbreed was slowed, it doesn't have a retaliation attack, but now it's gonna take like, yeah, I was gonna say 2 damage, 4, whatever. that's still less damage total onto the Warbreed than it's going to heal on its own. I also want to see somebody try like Tome of Dragons and see if the dragon transformation is viable at all.
Yeah. Awesome. Let's see. You and Mia are set to go, or do you need some time to set up your?
Oh, yeah. Okay, so yeah, so actually, Miah, are you ready to fight after this? Yeah, fighting was a lot of fun. Having a commentated replay to learn from is, I think, a really big part of the value of doing skirmish mods. I'm gonna go ahead and surrender, pull us out, and then see if we can get that game set up and rolling.
If I didn't have the tier 4 and I had Keeper's Mark, my guys would have stayed around long enough to actually freeze your units, which could have been
maybe.
interesting. I think Frost, it's tricky.
Yeah, it's really tough. Wait, was this the WinSlaya zombie? There it is. Alright, good. Get this out of
But
here.
I love the fact that you can just say,
Abandon
hey,
that.
Crossblades will do more damage. They do that now.
Yeah. Alright, so let's see. Let's host land, Skirmish Mod, Arena 1, 2. WinSlaya, did you want to commentate?
Yeah, I
Like,
might
do you want
that.
us to host, and then you like, did you want to be in the same? If you're gonna be in the same Discord channel, I think we're gonna be on my Discord. Are you in there? Yeah,
we
you're
can
in
do
there.
that. I think I'm
Yeah.
on your Discord.
I think you're in there. Yeah, if we don't have anybody else, then we're gonna set this up for a 3-player, the same way that we just did, and then WinSlaya gets something to No, you don't need to join WinSlaya's or Miah. We're gonna host it on mine. We can just switch over there for voice once we have this set up. That's good. That's
Yeah, I haven't
it
heard back
doesn't
from Ninja.
matter.
Message him again, but let a stream or nothing. I think watching your thing would be pretty cool.
Yeah, I think it was a lot of fun to commentate on a fight, honestly. All right, so I'm gonna switch over to my Discord channel.
Yeah, I'll go over there too.
Okay, I return in.
Okay. All right, I gotta build my build really quick, and then we can start hosting, and then you just need to join the game before WinSlaya does, but that's not that hard. Like once everyone's in voice chat together, then it's pretty hard to screw up. All right, so we gotta build Reavers here. I'm gonna go ahead and build Reavers with red spider mounts. I think those are pretty fun. And I guess most of our units are gonna be like higher tier ranged units and stuff. So like I might be inclined to move towards keen sighted. But I suspect we probably just need more survivability. That's almost always important. So something like resistant or tough is just critically important. I guess we'll just take resistant. This is just like a generically good trait, and I'm not gonna be running with Tome of Warning today, so we don't have that as an option.
If you get like doctrines, you can make them like half cost or less.
And let's see, what are we gonna run for our skirmish mod? I guess we could get extra rank on our ranged and skirmisher units. I don't hate that, because most of our units are not going to be like most of our actually, in fact, all of our frontline units except for our mercs are not going to be Rachel, so like the bonuses there don't actually do anything for us.
There was some synergy there. But
And
I
then,
also
so
found that
Yahtzee, we're about to do a fight against Miah. We're about to do a skirmish mod battle. So we're just gonna bring in some random stuff and come up with something that I like. Do we want support and polearm units? Is that the best we have here, Walker? Is the best you have support and polearm units?
She was back then a monster.
no.
Fall.
Oh no.
I forget who it
Maybe it
was.
is. Maybe it is.
She was way on the other side.
Think there's anything else that really jumps off the page. Mana Addicted is also okay, I guess. Except we're probably not gonna have a battle mage. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and take Devotees of Good so that we have the extra polearm rank, so that way our guys are just a little burlier on that front. And I'm gonna take Tome of Zeal. And we're gonna take a Dragon Lord. I like Dragon Lords. I think they're cool. And specifically, we're gonna take an Order Dragon so that we do a little bit of maybe Condemning. Do we want Condemning or do we want Shadow Dragon? And then we get condemned from the tier 4 order setup. That's actually probably stronger. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's go for this. All right. Host private. Copy. All right, so I'm gonna drop in our code, and then basically just Miah has to join first, and then WinSlaya. David says, I wish Doom Herald wasn't poopy. The idea of a tome that strikes dread into enemies and deals extra damage to people is so Warhammer 40k. Yeah, like it is actually pretty cool. Like there are some good uses for it, and I think actually this is a great format to try to test it, but we'll find out. Oh, I need to send an invite to Zombie for the Discord. Let me see here. Invite Zombie. And we should be ready to rock. So what we're going to be doing here is bringing Tome of Zeal as our start, and then we're going to take Tome of Rock as our next tier 2. We're going to take, or as our next tier 1, and then we're going to take Tome of Glades, and then maybe we're going to take Tome of Scrying. I don't know if there's anything else we need in terms of tier 2 tomes. Like, maybe we just take Tome of Doom Herald because we don't need another thing, or like maybe we take Tome of Evolution for extra HP. I don't know.
If you want to, I can type it now. I wasn't ready.
209722.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, it looks like they're just pulling WinSlaya in for this fight, and I think we can rock and roll. So what we're going to want to do is we're going to need to come up with ways to keep our units alive beyond just the burst healing of the activated ability in Tome of Glades and Keeper's Mark. And maybe some damage. That's probably not a bad thing. Damage is usually pretty good.
If my chat does start to liven up, I'll go back over to push it on, but for now, just voice activity because I always forget.
Yeah, that's fine.
Whoa, this map looks awesome.
Alright, so let's see. We are going to do our configuration.
Put me underground, I think, because it randomized me underground.
Oh no!
I love it. So I can't see right now, but I should be able to see the combats. Dude, this is amazing.
Okay.
This is
Oh no! Oh my god, we might need to actually reset. I'm not sure if I set manual observation correctly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that would
Yeah, you know what?
nice.
Let's just start a new map. I'm like 75% sure I didn't switch manual over to allow everyone to always watch.
Yeah.
And that would be really boring for WinSlaya.
There was no pass to see up above. Oh, I don't need an ascension trait. Go away, ascension traits. Fine. Be ascended, I guess.
Alright, let's do that again, and let's remember to actually set combat versus humans. Wait, does it not ask you in... Oh no, wait, when location is visible. There it is. Always. There we go. There we go. And host private. Copy code. Alright, new code is up, and this time I have made sure observe manual combat is on always. It might have been there anyway, but I'm fairly certain it wasn't, and I didn't want to get into a fight after clicking through menus for 15 minutes.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I think that's good.
WinSlaya inspired you to do your first auto battle run on Major Advantage. I have default Primal Goat with Herbivore. Watching them run away from the fight to take more dog takes all your willpower. Yeah, Herbivores I think actually are really good. They create opportunities for your units to dip out, and that is that is actually very good, depending on what you're doing.
Whoever does it.
Yeah, here we go.
Sorry, also. But I'm in now.
Take that. And so now we have a pretty beefy, pretty strong single Glade Runner, and then maybe like one Reaver, maybe one or two Harriers. That all sounds pretty reasonable. Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, I think this will be good. So let's actually see what do we want to run as our other tier 2 tome if we're doing another tier 2 tome. I guess, you know, the most obvious thing would be to take Tome of Inquisition, which I don't even hate because that does give us a strategic spell that deals damage on the overmap, and that's pretty good.
Part of me wants to test the other build that I was
We're gonna have some
thinking of, because I think it leans into what Zombie was doing as well.
I guess we'll find out.
Less figures is pretty interesting.
Yeah, the lower figures is actually like a really powerful tool to have access to.
Y'all are gonna get that nerf to 4 cost trait.
I hope so.
Maybe. I mean, it's pretty powerful, but like 4 cost is a lot, and I think that they're starting to come around to that. Like even 3 is a lot for a lot of things. Alright, so here we are. We can actually set up our troop limits. So tier 1s, we're going to go ahead and do -3 on that. Then we're going to go here for tier 2s. We're going to do -2 on that. And then tier 3s, do -1.
Like, Elephant Mounts has another hidden layer to it, which I don't feel like it says anywhere.
Yeah.
On the unit. It just kind of is like a thing that happens.
More disadvantage than advantage. The support and ranged gets killed, so shields can heal 2 hit points. Yeah, well, so it kind of depends. Like the shields, if you have too many ranged units, then that is absolutely something that you can run into, Tina. But if you have like a reasonable number of ranged units, like only, you know, a couple, and then mostly the rest of your guys are just like frontline dudes, then that actually isn't bad, because it means that they're pulling off the retaliation and the opportunity attacks, which could end up on your ranged units anyway. And because they typically don't dip out like all at the same time unless you're getting hit by an AoE, it's generally not that big a deal. Generally. So let's do tome limits. We're gonna do +2 tome limit. So that way we have 5 tomes, including 1 tier 3. We'll go back here. We'll look into our unit levels. We're gonna do -4 hero levels. Anything above level 6 is just like a lot of extra power for your heroes, and you need to dial in your expectations to meet that. And we will do 1 strategic spell, because I think 2 strategic spells is kind of too much. But we have to do that twice in here because the menu kicks us to the wrong menu here. And then we need to double check our miscellaneous, so that should be here. And we will toggle miscellaneous items, and I think that is it. That looks correct to me in terms of our setup. So let's go back to pregame menu and click confirm setting and start game. All right, so here we are. We are ready to rock. So let's go ahead. We don't need to take any hero skills and reset because we actually have the order affinity to just go through to Tome of Sanctuary. So we're going to go ahead and take Tome of Rock here. That one is, I think, kind of non-negotiable for this build because we need low tier rock units to like cram in front of things to hope to keep people alive. Low level the tier 1 Lesser Stone Spirit is not enough to really keep the board alive for us, but unfortunately there's like really not a lot in terms of tier 2 units in the game that could bulk us up, and we do not have a normal tier 2 polearm. We have the Mage Lock instead. So what else are we going to do here? We have Revelry. We could take Fertility, but we're playing with a dragon, so I don't think we're going to get great value out of that. I don't even hate taking Inquisition, honestly, because Inquisition gives our dragon the ability to pick up the Zeal ability if we really want it. And that might be worth taking, honestly. Scrying and Summoning both feel like they're probably not necessary here. So yeah, let's take Tome of Inquisition, but we're just probably not going to use an Inquisitor. That's okay. That's fine. You don't need Inquisitor. We'll take Tome of Sanctuary though. I wanna see how that plays under these circumstances.
Tome of Vigor that time he had, right?
Was what going on?
Zombie didn't use Tome of Vigor in that last one.
No,
Tier 3
no.
was the Warbreed one. Interesting.
No, he didn't. He didn't.
Damage.
Yeah, he just went for extra damage.
Sufficient. I've used Spawnkin a bit before. I think actually the build I was using would have been really annoying with Spawnkin.
Okay, so
high
what?
evasion to start off with. I used that once against Amygdara quite efficiently.
Do we have anything that we need to build in order to build our units? No, it doesn't look like it.
Everything that you have left hard counters everything I have left. I can't hit you. I'm too ranged heavy.
So what we're gonna do here to try to keep things secret for us is we're gonna reserve our tier 2s and we're gonna see what Miah brings, because if she brings stuff that allows us to bring double gargoyles as frontline, then I'm here for it. I'm 100% here for it, because double gargoyles could be really messed up in terms of frontline control. Double gargoyles are good at keeping themselves alive because of their defense ability to heal themselves. They're really weak against enemy high though, so I don't want to bring those initially, and in fact they're so weak that oh no.
A spell, I think.
Yeah, there should be a spell.
Exchange tier points, maybe?
But we're just going to get as many of our initial buffs as possible. This means that we are going to be sacrificing a little bit in terms of getting like extra marked, because we're not playing with Tome of Scrying and whatnot. But I suspect that that's not going to be that big a deal. If we're going to win this fight, it's going to be because we successfully endure on the front line and then turn it into something where we can like heal enough of the damage off and keep things going. So Tina says, I'm 2-1 melee versus range support. Missed 2 rounds because the AI has them run away as far as possible. Yeah, they can be pretty rough when they turn around and run. I would say watch every single battle though and see like what you're actually building, because I've used herbivores and had it be pretty good. It really does depend on what your build has available to it. We're gonna take Order Aspect here. This means that our dragon is going to be a little weaker than it is normally, but I think the Order Aspect is just so important when it comes to increasing our damage output. The ability to flick Condemned on everything in an AoE is pretty nice. We're going to take Tail Swipe. I think that's important. And I think we are going to take Cone. I think we're going to take Cone. So I don't think we're going to actually have enough to take Zeal here, unless we forego entirely taking Exhilarating Roar. That's probably not worth the trade, right? Because then we would take like Defense 1, Sprint, and Zeal, and that's just like way too fragile. So yeah, our Dragon Ruler is just not going to get it's just not going to get what it needs to get, but it's going to still get access to Quicken Breath and Roar, and I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. No Tail Bash, but that's okay. We have Condemning, we have Freezing, we have Jazz Music. We have so much Jazz Music. All right, so let's build a front line here. I think what we're gonna need is we're gonna need 2 Stone Spirits, or we're gonna need 3 Stone Spirits. We do have an Audible into Zealot, but I think that's just like worse than a Mercenary in a format like this, so we're probably not gonna make any use of that. Oh, but we do need to downgrade a coin. Exchange tier coins, there it is. So we need to exchange buy 1 tier 3 for a tier 4, because we just do not have a tier 4. And then we exit and build our tier 3s. So we're gonna take for sure an Entwined Protector, and we're gonna take a Glade Runner. And then we have access to a Dragoon or an Inquisitor. So a Dragoon does give us another web effect, which is a pretty big deal, but it is meaningfully weaker than an Inquisitor in terms of frontline survivability. And our frontline is already pretty questionable, so I think I'm going to go with an Inquisitor as our final tier 3 actually instead of a Dragoon. Just the ability to move and shoot on a Dragoon is pretty scary, and so I'm not thrilled to be offering that up, but I do think that we just need the extra bulk in order for us to have any chance here. So we'll take that. We'll take an Overseer and a Mage Lock, and then we will reserve our tier 2s as our backups. And we're going to take an Observer, 2 Mercs, maybe 1 Harrier, and then 2 Stone Spirits. And then we'll take our hero, and then we're ready to present, and then we'll bring in our 2 tier 2s, which I'm really hoping we get to bring the gargoyles, because I think that we kind of need them for the front line, but we'll see. 20% damage against tier 1 units is pretty cute. We have that on 2 things. Is that really where you're gonna go for this? So you're gonna give me just slaughter tier 1 units as a special ability? Alright, I guess we're going to take Frenzied. When it lands an attack against a stack of Strengthened is really, really good with a multi-hit weapon. So we need to find one of those, but I think we can. Ooh. Alright, so we did not find a Mass Rejuvenation. That means that our healing is going to be kind of low in this group. We are going to have to take Restore. There's no way around that. And then I suppose we'll take Mark Target and Defensive Training. And then at that point, we have 2 points left. So we can still take... Oh, we could actually reset here. Yeah, let's reset here. So that way we don't have to use the... Wait, didn't I set it so that we could take stuff from the item forge?
You did?
Maybe not miscellaneous, because you have to toggle that. Is it not something...
It won't let me take anything. It might be because it's in Mia's territory.
Oh, let me fix that for you.
Yeah, Miah, you gotta. Actually, I'm not sure if.
I don't know, because when I tried to click on it earlier, it looked empty too.
Yeah, it won't let me take anything.
Are we supposed to each have one?
I think there's one, but what you could do is just have no items for this one. I don't.
Yeah, we could do
Oh,
that
I
too.
already have all my items.
Oh. Yeah, it won't let me interact with it. It might be because it's under your control, but we can just pass turns a couple of times.
It's also possible it's that third player thing. Who knows?
Well, but it worked last time when we had multiple players. I'm willing to bet that it's probably just related to it being under player control. I would guess that's probably the problem.
Yeah, it's strange. I haven't seen
All right, well, whatever. We can just force end it. So just like control click on the thing.
I'm doing some
You finished your Reaver run a couple of days ago. Dragoons are nice. Yeah, like the ability to move after attacking disables their ability to retaliate, which sucks, which is a big problem. I think that the bigger reason we had to take Inquisitor is just like we have to have bulk for this front line because it's going to be like mostly chaff and nonsense, and we're bringing an Observer because I want to. You can't stop me. This is the hill that I'm gonna die on. I'm gonna bring an Observer. It's gonna use marked once, and then it's gonna die horribly, and then we're gonna go. Oh yeah, bringing a scout to a fight is usually pretty bad value, huh? But it can be good. It can be good in actual Empire mode rather than this. Usually not worth doing here, but whatever. Like this is gonna be fun. We're gonna get some extra debuff, and it'll be exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, I think we just need to push.
Yeah, I think that'll do it. Let's see what it does. Yeah, that was it. Now I can take stuff.
Oh, cool. Just didn't change
Yeah.
on my end, which makes sense because I'm like not really. It's like
Yeah, you're not actually a player, so. You know, let's see what we have for weapons for this guy without taking the weapon pick, because I would like to not have to take that because our dragon ruler can't actually use it, but I think well, I don't know. Frenzied. I guess this guy does need to use a sword and shield. We just desperately need a front line, and a sword and a shield is something pretty close to a front line. So, congratulations. You get the combination that we've all been waiting for. Lightning sword and maybe Noble Aegis. Yeah, Noble Aegis is usually pretty hard to outvalue. And I think we're gonna run with runic leggings though over oh, where did we get the dread? Oh, we got the Dread Spider Man from the Dread Spider because we're playing with Dread Spiders, Walker. That's where you got it from. Perfect. All right, well then we'll take, I guess, a wand of healing. That seems okay. Walker, you have to click confirm. You have to click confirm. You have to start doing that. You can't just build this hero and not click confirm.
Didn't pay attention to was were
Wand
those
of
Hound
healing.
Masters bringing in units that were getting Mighty Meek, because that is something.
I don't think they were. I think the hounds were not getting Mighty Meek because they are considered a mythic unit. So we're just gonna go up through defensive training, and then I guess we'll see what else we have. We do have a condemn here. We have 3 points to take zeal, and this might be an opportunity to take zeal actually. I don't hate obsidian weaponry if we're going to be inflicting condemned on things. Generally, obsidian is pretty bad because it's just like it doesn't scale up as quickly as dealing damage by just killing enemy models. And we don't have anything else that stacks bleeding here, so maybe we're just going to take defense instead. Yeah, I'm going to do defense, sprint, and then zeal. And then we don't have like a super commander here, like we're missing out on opportunity to pick up endurance training and the like, but I think that this gives this hero the potential to actually put on offensive pressure because we have zeal and frenzied. So once this thing gets up to like 4 or 5 stacks, then it should be pretty scary. And I guess let's build the stacks appropriately. Wait a second. 1, 2. Oh, we only brought 1 overseer. So I guess we're probably debating between 1 or 2 gargoyles here. So yeah, you go here. Let's go here. And we're gonna get blizzarded, or we're gonna get frozen pretty hard here. All right, so that's my my reveal. I've withheld my 2 tier 2 coins. All right, so it looks like she's got 11 defense anvil guards. So she's got 11 defense anvil guards. I think what we're gonna do here is we're gonna bring gargoyle. And I guess we're going to bring... I don't even hate a second overseer, but they are more fragile than gargoyles, and we are looking at a lot of physical damage on this side. How much magical damage are we looking at here? What do you have? Frostling blades? What problem?
Go look at your mercenaries.
Insufficient funds. Oh my god. Baddock.
Yeah.
Baddock.
Yeah.
No.
It's one a problem.
So is this a problem for like Skirmish Mod? Are Reavers not usable in Skirmish?
Yeah. No, not all rivers, but their spearmen.
Their spearmen are unusable. Well, I don't... Huh. Alright. That's annoying, because I don't really have, like, an easy replacement for those guys. I really can't run, like, an entire front line of stone spirits, kind of, like no matter who I'm fighting against. So, like, I kind of need the mercenaries in order to operate a front line pseudo-effectively here. Alright. Maybe we have to start another skirmish, unfortunately, if we can't actually run Reavers, and then I have to actually change the thumbnail to something else. Or we could just run it anyway. We could just run it anyway and just accept that, like, the mercs are gonna start at minus 40 morale. Oh my god.
I'm glad I
What?
noticed that.
Why would they include this as a mechanic? Who is this for?
It's this good mechanics. You can win economically, but in skirmish they bet because they have more upkeep.
Yeah.
The mercenary.
So that
other
way
units change
so you can't
to
just ignore it.
Zero upkeep, but they have it's a skill, and you must remove this.
Yeah.
I think Badok one time removes this, but after a new patch, maybe it's come back.
It came back.
One thing we could do is just get rid of some of the tier 1 units on both sides, if that's something that you think.
Yeah, we could do that too.
2 less on both sides.
That's not perfect, but
Just
like
just needs
it's
to be and
sort of. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm just Miah. Are you okay with us just like deleting two tier 1 units and then just going from there?
I felt
Like-
like we were gonna have to do. I kind of was relying on some of my tier ones, but I'll make it work.
I mean, like we could just restart also. But like I'd be inclined to just get a fight done.
Yeah.
I guess I'm gonna bring another overseer.
You're ready.
Yeah, my front line is like non-existent without those mercenaries, but that's okay. It's the whatever frontline schmuntline.
Are there spells coming in here? You may want to give her 6 tech to spell into.
Yeah. If you have a spare gold coin, I don't think that'll fix it, but is it possible if we just started with 1 gold, would that fix it? Has someone suggested that to Badok?
You know, it would make sense to me that would work, but I feel like, yeah, I don't know. Is there a way to get gold quickly? Can I gift it to you or no?
It was his first quick fix for this. He just give 10,000 gold, I think, to each player.
10,000 gold to each player?
Yeah.
Yeah.
After this, he fixed this problem, but I think after patch it's
Okay, well, you know what? I think this is fine for now. Like, it's not ideal, but this is better than I think nothing, and a 13 versus 13 with some missing tier 1 units could be an interesting side grade test, I guess.
Part of me's like, kill this iron deposit, it'll give you gold. No.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be really balanced. All right. Yeah, let's go ahead. Are you good? Are you good casting from here, Miah? Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and drop.
What are the rules on spells?
So we should have 1 strategic spell in this case. So like we can test it with so I assume you brought flash freeze. We can test it fighting on cold terrain. That might be ambitious. It might be that we discover that in fact the terrain effects you'd need to fight on neutral ground. But like, I don't think we know enough to say conclusively either way about that. So if you want to flash freeze here and then fight on this ground, then like that's fine. I just have to burden somebody. So that's 881, that's 965. Did she get no, it doesn't look like we're looking at a mass rejuvenation on that side.
I like the observer.
And I don't think we have a mass rejuvenation on this side either.
That's a lot of damage. Oh wait, it's an observer. Why did you bring an observer?
I brought an observer because I thought I was gonna have 6 tier 1s, and I wanted one of them to be able to support my high tier units, but as it turns out, that is not the world that we were playing in. And because I said that we were gonna use a scout in the chat beforehand, and that no one could stop me. That's the other reason we're bringing it. All right, are you ready to fight?
Yes.
All right, let's do it.
Maybe, you want that attack, but you have less power.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Miah, you gotta attack me.
Other way around,
I'm so weak.
but you anyway. Okay.
Good catch, zombie. Good catch. So now we're gonna be fighting a battle against a bunch of frozen effects at -5 status resistance on the entire army. I can't imagine that'll go very well, but we'll find out.
There's one other fun thing. I'm Hideous Stench.
Hideous Stench remains one of those things that's like very, very good except way too expensive, and so you usually skip it, but this is the format for those sorts of things. Skirmish lets a lot of like expensive stuff really shine. Okay, so let's see. I don't think any of Miah's stuff is going to be close enough that she can threaten us, and she's going to be running with observers, or rather, she's running with her defense here. She's going to just use some kind of rallying effect next turn. So where these guys go does not matter. They can make things happen. I do have a dragon. That is true. I did not find all of the healing effects I was looking for, but I found enough of them that I feel like we're probably going to be able to shrug off the damage part of the flash freeze. We'll see if the other parts are something we can ignore as easily. I seriously doubt it. So I'm just gonna keep everything as compact on this side as we can for now. That will offer a couple of opportunities for Miah to exploit AoE here, but again, just like the edge of the board, the only way she's going to do that is through using spells, and that's okay. Like if that's where we are, that's where we are. Unfortunately, we did bring a gargoyle. I think probably could have brought 2 into a format like this here, given who we were actually fighting against, but I think this is fine. The Overseer is going to put in a lot of work against someone with elemental damage off of Cryomancy. And the Glade Runner should be in good shape over there. Yeah, actually, I think this is fine. Should we even bother securing this? I guess we could secure here, because here, if we were to put our mage lock super far forward, that would be dangerous, because Miah could dive with this snow spirit and freezing phase over there, but it's so far away that I don't think she can support it if she does that, and that is just typically not what you want to do. Don't typically want to dive on one enemy that's so far away you can't kill it. That's a good way to throw units away. So yeah, we'll just enter defense mode here. And we will see how we fight back against the double snow spirit. Where is the third tier 3 here? Wait, where is the third tier 3 here? I see. Oh, there it is. A bastion. All right, yeah, that makes sense. A gold tier bastion to elites. That is pretty spooky. There's a lot of defensive scaling there for Miah. Hopefully, I mean, I guess the extra damage that we added with our little strategic spell is a lot less impressive than the damage that she got to add. But at least she doesn't have any like natural regeneration or healing. So it's not going to be free to ignore. And then we do both of us are bringing aspect of the root here. This is going to be a really, really grindy fight where I wish that we had been brave enough to take the bleeding weapons, obsidian weapons on somebody, because this is exactly the sort of thing that stacking up infinite bleed against can be okay against. 11 defense anvil guards, shield defense, tough, earthkin, defensive training, defense training, elite metal defense, 69 basic damage physical resistance on these anvil guards. But this is the kind of nonsense that Miah's been bringing so far. Lots of really, really beefy frontline units. I love the double steel shaper here. I don't think there's like a really easy way to get past running 2 supports unless you find a natural, like a mass rejuvenation effect or something like that. I wonder if there's anything else we can do to make this mage lock really sing, because this is the only mage lock we're gonna bring in this fight. Like, I know we've seen people bring a lot more, but I think you very quickly hit diminishing returns if you bring too many of them. But if we can keep that topped off on HP, I think we're all right. Where is our big heal? Where is our big heal? Already used the restore. We have a wand of healing that we're holding on to. I forgot to bring a miscellaneous on our dragon. I could have brought a miscellaneous here. We could have brought like a spider or something like that, and that actually wouldn't have been bad. Oh man. I forgot to bring a ring or a miscellaneous on my ruler. So I'm down like a wand or a dragon or something. But I did take weapons, so it wouldn't have been very good. It would have been a tier 1 nonsense thing.
Yeah, that could be worse.
It could be worse. It's not like I showed up and forgot to bring my signature skill. That'd be pretty embarrassing.
I mean, it's happened before.
No. What are you talking about? Oh boy, we have a lot of options here. We actually have mass condemnation as a choice.
That's all right.
If we can.
I did forget my signature skills, so.
No.
Oh, did you? Oh no, that does happen. That does happen. Mass condemnation here actually would be really good. Getting condemned on a big chunk of her front line would ridiculous. Yeah, it seems unbreakable, but look, a lot of this stuff has relatively low resistance, and right now this resistance is being bolstered by warding, so her actual resistance is like a lot lower than that. And so as long as we can get a good engagement using condemned and extra damage that way, I think we can do that. I think we can get these units off the board. And we do still have Stone Skin and Salvation, which is also just like, if we can keep this around, I would love to use this as a one-off. And we have Inspiring Chant too, which is crazy. Do we have Zeal on you? Do you count? I don't think you count. I think the only units that have Zeal are... Actually, does Glade Runner have Zeal? Glade Runner, do you get the Legion of Zeal bonus? Yeah, you do. Alright, so we could use the Inspiring Chant here to buff everybody's damage up before engaging. I think that's probably worth it. I think that's what we gotta do. Alright, so let's see what we can do about healing, actually, first. No, I don't think we're gonna waste an Entwined Protector on healing some tier 1 units. That's not good. That's not cool. You know what's cool? Casting Inspiring Chant and getting even more units than that. So let's do that. Let's get some chant going. I guess we have to surrender that spot with the mage lock, but right now that's not even like the most important location for the mage lock to be standing anyway, so I think this is fine. We just want to make sure that the Mage Lock is positioned in such a place that no matter what it's doing, that it's going to be able to produce some damage for us. Because if you bring a tier 2 ranged unit that exclusively dies, you're not going to have a good time. That's the truth. That's the God honest truth. Is that close enough to use haste here? I think we're in business. I think we're gonna get a haste, and we're gonna get the inspiring chant off.
Dragon freeze cold breath. Something we forgot to tell them.
Okay. Oh, Relentless Crusaders. So Relentless Crusaders, I think, is not exactly where it needs to be. I think it's
gonna be enough. This roar
moving in a direction. It's moving in the direction.
around straight.
Okay, there we go. So we got a good big buff circus haste off. Now we are in a very, very weird position this turn. Not a big fan of that, but there's kind of like not a lot we can do about it at the moment. But we can get here, and then if Miah decides to dive in with her Snow Spirit, because we had to delete our mercenaries, we don't have good anti-large answers, but hopefully we can just like beat the Snow Spirit down, and that'll be our good anti-large answer there. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. And I guess the gargoyle can kind of just
I
like
like your
vibe.
plan. This looks like the kind of thing I would build.
Yeah, this is really cool. Like, there's a lot. These are the burliest Anvil Guards in the absolute universe. I think Miah just likes bringing beefy defensive tools. Deck. Now there we did not include the our summon as part of the buff chain, the buff circus, but I think that's okay because I think we're mostly going to be getting our value out of the animal at the end of the fight, because that is probably where it's going to come out. I think a tier 3 into this board is not going to do a lot,
I'm not sure what walkers.
but once we've killed 1 or 2 of her units, hopefully the tier 3 will do some work.
But he does frost breath, and I think you're frostling, so that's kind of nice.
Yeah, the dragon's damage type is not favorable here. Actually, is there a way for us to... no, we moved all of the tier 1 units in the way. We should be able to get a shield wall on the Overseer, except we're standing in the way and there's no way to do it. So I guess we'll just go this way. This is fine.
True.
Noble Aegis is at least enough to keep our Mage Lock rocking and rolling. And then
I just had other priorities at my comp.
and then we're gonna dive in this way, because now everybody's hasted, so we can go on the attack next turn. And that cost us 20 casting points. So we still have Mass Condemnation, and then maybe...
Primal and a skirmish.
Yeah, that was definitely a really interesting build out of Zombie. So Relentless Crusaders, I think it's just like, it doesn't generate enough Imperium is the biggest problem. It generates value for you, but it's very slow amounts of value that it generates. And in comparison to just like Wonder Architects, it's not where you want to be. Unless you're just role playing, in which case, you know, like obviously you do you. Role playing is a-okay in Age of Wonders 4. It's just I get into arguments with people on Reddit sometimes where they'll be like, here's a role playing experience that I had that was fun, and therefore it is mechanically strong. And it's like, no, you can have different experiences. Just because something isn't mechanically strong doesn't mean it can't be fun. Just don't conflate those things. All right. I think this is going to be the worst turn for me in terms of positioning, and then everything else should be good after that. So I hope that you spend your entire turn just shuffling your units around, because I'd appreciate it.
He's setting a trap.
I'm setting a trap. I'm setting a trap. It's just not ready to spring right now. So if you can do that and just like move your units around in the backyard for a little while, I'd appreciate it. It would definitely make fighting double Snow Spirits and Anvil Guards with 13 defense a little better. How much elemental resistance does she have here? So she has 52% damage reduction on frost. Oh my god. Yeah, at least we did pick up condemning off of our breath, but the fact that this thing can't freeze against any of her units, because she took the frostling transformation, so that means they are immune to frozen. So it can't freeze any of her units, and she's going to be taking a lot less damage on literally every single unit out there from this frost dragon. So we're going to need to basically just use it to put condemned down, and then have everybody else do a bunch of damage off of their actual attacks. But you know what? That's okay, because condemned is one heck of a thing if you've got a bunch of extra damage coming off of anything else. The heavy mage lock is out of position, and there is nowhere for you to stand. Well, you know what? Let's see where everyone can move in regards to getting up here, because we can't strip. Actually, they can still be slowed off of this. I think we can slow her stuff with our dragon breath, and then take off the retaliations, and then hopefully kill with something like Bolt of Judgment, doing condemned hits. Hopefully that feels like it could do something. Oh no, Arcane Bond! No, why Arcane Bond? Is it 2 or 3 turns of? It looks like it's 2 turns of mind controlled. Okay, so she's got Arcane Bond down there. Is there anything we can do to?
What did I miss?
She used Arcane Bond on my my Entwined Protector, and now it is attacking my Glade Runner.
Nice.
And because of the way mind control effects work, I can't even use Salvation on the Entwined Protector to clear it, because it's not a friendly unit anymore.
Wow.
Yeah, just rude. Just rude.
That's really good. You can't get rid of a unit. Get rid of that.
just rude. All right, so let's see what we can do instead of that. I think everyone's just gonna have to abandon the Entwined Protector and accept that it's no longer part of the party. Wait, 48 movement isn't enough for this gargoyle to actually even get into an attack next turn? Oh no, that is not good. All right, well, where can this dragon go? If the dragon just like dives on it and just charges up and uses a breath.
I think you cannot dispel it.
What? Okay, so putting condemned on like almost all of her army there does not look like a bad thing. Let's see what we have to follow up on that in the event that we decided to. So this would be a 30% chance of immobilizing, which is nothing right now, but in the event that all of these guys have -3 status resistance from a condemned effect, then that goes from like functionally impossible into something that is slightly less functionally impossible. But what we really need is to break the defense mode on the Steel Shaper, because that's where a lot of the status resistance is coming from in regards to preventing that. So if we stun it, okay, all right, so that could be something. All right, I think the plan here is move up here. We're going to use the breath weapon and condemn everybody. Then we're going to move in and try to break with a stun here, because this will have a higher chance of success if we've done the condemned first. And I do think that is necessary for us, because I don't want to take a 74% chance. It would deal more damage to go the other way, but it's so much riskier that it cannot be worth it. And we could condemn them first, but I do think that we need the option to do suppressing barrage first if that's where we're going. So yeah, let's go for this. We condemn everyone. Great. And then from here, was that within Bolt of Judgment? No, we need one more forward, and then we're within Bolt of Judgment. And yeah, now it's a 99% chance to stun. And that breaks here, right? And then Anvil Guard is now at -3 status resistance. Okay, good. So now we can go in and drop in a Suppressing Barrage. This is a really, really terrible spell. This got nerfed into outer space and went from being oppressive and very, very annoying to a spell that mostly doesn't do anything. But here it might be able to make some value for us, because the 30% chance is getting bolstered by the negative status resistance on all of these guys. Well, it's only 30% on a Bastion, though. Is there anything else we can do to increase the chance here? If we can do Sundered Defense, which we actually can do pretty easily with Glade Runner, then we can increase that chance further. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. Actually, that's pretty good. Yeah, so let's do Tracker's Mark onto her ruler to add a little bit of extra Sundered Defense. Now they're at 4. You found WinSlaya on Twitch? Yeah, like WinSlaya runs everything on Twitch, I think. At least as far as I know, he runs everything on Twitch, but then restreams over to YouTube, over to YouTube.
You know, I'm realizing
God
now Infection
damn it!
Sandy on one of those Arbalests would have been
I wish I were a fish.
That would have just
Here, immobilizing all of those guys would be great, but dangerous, and I don't think there's a way to get all 3 of them into that.
And even if it doesn't, even if it just attacks another Arbalest for damage,
You know what?
and spread that insanity forever.
Let's go ahead and throw a Summon Animal in. Let's throw a Summon Animal in. Let's see what we get. We got a charge unit. Bang on. Bang on. Alright. So we can cancel defense mode here on this Bastion. Cancel retaliation. Or we can just start picking off her Anvil cards? Or we could even... Oh, we're not close enough to teleport in and hit the Steel Shaper, but that would probably be the best thing, honestly. No, you know what? Let's go over here and let's start working on these Anvil Guards, because they are going to be adding production, and those are going to be like the easiest in terms of units to kill. And then I'm going to go ahead and just try to see what we can do to stuff down this front line. So we'll drop a Stone Spirit right here and defend. Oh man, we have a marked that we didn't use for anything. Walker, why would you bring a scout to this? What were you thinking? What were you thinking? Is that close enough actually to mark that? That's stunned, so it doesn't matter. Strengthened removed. Weakened, slowed, bolstering. Or we could get close enough to use an immobilize. I ain't no coward. Let's use it. Let's use an immobilize. Hit it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That is disgusting. All right. So let's see what else. What else can we do? Let's move the gargoyle over here and defense mode again. Defense mode turned to stone is just really it's fantastic. It's gonna heal us so many hit points. So many of the HPs.
30 points. That's
Yeah, it's really, really strong against Magic Origin units. It's really, really powerful.
I'm like, if I had that, would I go for the gargoyle with the load?
So there's 33 damage on that Glade Runner right now. I think that's enough for me to go ahead and justify healing them. Oh, unless we can subdue. Can we subdue the Bastion? If we can subdue this Bastion, then oh, 90%. Get out of here. Get out of here. So now we've subdued this bastion. So now now Miah needs to kill that overseer, or that bastion is just like locked down for the entirety of combat, at least until the cows come home, as they used to say. I think that's the saying. That's a snow spirit. that's a snow spirit is the saying that they used to say. At least that's my understanding. All right, let's go here. What are you talking about, Boo? Boo you. Boo hoo. All right, get this thing, get immobilized it, please. Yes. So now we could even just subdue that Anvil Guard. We only get 1 subdue per. No, it's a cooldown 2? I thought we only got 1. Well, if we get 2, then I'm down for it. I'm just like, whatever. We'll just subdue stuff, I guess. Boom, subdued. And then I'm gonna leave the mage lock here because I think that it's gonna have a pretty easy time preventing Miah from punishing that overseer play. At least that's my hope. That is my hope. Let's see if there's anything else we can do to disrupt here, because we haven't used the suppressing barrage or the mass condemnation yet. So that's out. That's out. That's immobilized. That's slowed and marked and stuffed. I guess the snow spirits are the scariest things that she's got left, and we don't really have anything that works here against those. The Rock Blast can be terrifying. Rock Blast can do a lot of damage against something like a White Witch, which I don't even hate. But I think I'm going to save the casting points in case we need to use Salvation, because I suspect that we might. Wait, is the mind-controlled mind... You actually control it for the Entwined Protector?
No. It counts out. It's 2 turns. You got 1 more turn until
Yeah, but I do
back to you,
control
I think.
Yeah, but it's not a berserk effect. Like
Oh, yeah.
Miah actually controls the action of the Entwined Protector.
Yeah, it's mind control.
Yeah.
Is it better to kill or run it away so it doesn't do anything useful ever again?
Yeah, like run it to the edge of the board and waste the healing sap. Like that's a pretty powerful option.
And you cannot dispel it.
Yeah, you can't dispel it because it's not friendly. So there's nothing you can do about it.
Not because it's friendly, because it's not dispellable.
Oh, it's also not dispellable.
Yes.
Even with like Disruption Wave? I guess maybe it doesn't work with Disruption Wave because it counts as a debuff on an enemy unit because it's red,
Yeah,
and
maybe, I
and
don't know.
Disruption Wave usually doesn't remove those.
You cannot dispel it with all skills from
Yeah.
skills.
Yeah, you cannot remove it with Restore and whatnot. Well, I guess this is her opportunity to see if she can if Miah can like really
Wow, you hit that
destroy
shot
us with this.
100% frozen.
100% chance on freezing for some of those.
Yeah. It's
Oh
the
my
flash
god.
is really good, man.
Yeah.
I haven't seen this in a minute.
-5 status resistance is an insane amount of status resistance. And then the hideous stench on top. Well, I'm glad we kept our salvation up, because we are not going to have access to our... Oh, no, we will have access to our restore next turn, so it doesn't matter, actually, if she freezes our Tenebrum. That's okay. As long as it's not dead, then we're fine. Yeah, I don't think you can remove it with anything, but I actually haven't tried it with Disruption Wave, which, you know, given that it's on a tier 5 tome, I wouldn't be surprised if it works. I just think that because Disruption Wave checks against, like, debuffs on enemy units, and it becomes an enemy unit, and it counts as a debuff, that you probably can't remove it with Disruption Wave. So, like, yeah, Tome of Summoning is, like, if you find an enemy where Tome of Summoning will produce something, then the Arcane Bond ability is ludicrously powerful. The ability to mind control for 2 turns means that effectively throughout this entire combat, I guarantee you that this Entwined Protector is mostly just going to be on her side. Now, that's going to cost all of her casting points, but, like, if she bonds this twice, then for 4 turns she has this extra tier 3 instead of us. That's a lot of time for her to control, 8% of our army, but 15 to 20% of our bulk frontline stuff. Oh, thank goodness we survived. If she can kill this Overseer, then we are in a lot of trouble, because this Overseer binding down that Bastion is important. This one binding down the Anvil Guard is not as important, so this one I'm more likely to want to just sacrifice if we need to. Let's see. Cannot affect heroes or units with control loss immunity. That does make sense. I wonder if this unicorn is going to produce anything useful, or if they're just going to get summoned and die. It sure looks like it's just going to get summoned and die, but hey, that means that like an entire turn of attacks just went in there. I do not hate that. Let's see what the Gargoyle can do. So the Snow Spirits are looking like they're in pretty good shape. And so it's probably difficult to like kill them from here, but I don't know. We'll see how much damage this Charge Strike can do on this Snow Spirit. And if we need to increase the damage on just like one enemy, we also do have access to Condemnation. 15 spirit damage is not a lot, but it only costs 10 casting points. And if you can put the Zeal down, like the Zeal Burst down first, then you can do a lot of damage. Like this Inquisitor, if this thing was condemned, the Inquisitor would do +4 damage on every single melee strike, and I think we'd be able to chew that down pretty quickly. Yet mind control effects are tagged differently. I think you're right. I think that's not gonna be an option for us. No, stop killing that one. The other one. You're allowed to kill the other one. Patch Up is 1 and cannot be used inside of enemy zone of control. So in order for us to heal this Overseer, we need this to flip back to us at the end of Miah's turn. If it doesn't, then we're in a lot of trouble.
Can you freeze that Gargoyle?
No, but she can taunt that Gargoyle, and that's, I think, better.
Yeah.
It's going to Charge Strike at distance 1.
Oh, and it's got 2 retaliations. Yeah, that's an interesting unit. It just lost out on that thing.
Anvil Guards are fantastic. They're I think they're worse than Warriors, but not by much, and that's not saying a lot either. Worse than Warriors is about as good a review as you can get. Alright, so here we do not have the tools necessary to get that guy out of the way, but if we can kill this thing, then we can probably get here to use Patch Up, because we have enough extra movement points to move too far away. So if we can kill this, then I think we can throw Patch Up there. So what can we do to kill this? Well, we do have a Marked that could increase the damage on that thing, because Marked is something that we have the focus of engraving for. But I would rather find a way to inflict Condemned on it if we can. How far away is this heal? It's 4, but the Restore is like just infinity better for us because this guy is frozen. And I think we do want to save the Salvation. So yeah, let's go ahead and use Mark Target here on that Snow Spirit. We'll use Restore on our Dragon, which removes the Frozen. And then we need to inflict Condemned on that bad boy. How are we going to inflict Condemned on you? Well, let's inflict more Marked, because at the very least we have the ability to convert Mark into damage on absolutely everybody. But yeah, we do need to inflict Condemned on those guys somehow. Who can do that? I guess
Your
our
Mage-Lock cannons, or Mage-Locks actually can't shoot things right now.
my Mage-Lock can shoot my own guy right now.
Oh, wait.
It can kind of try to shoot that Snow Spirit there, but I think I need to remove the one that's closer to me first, because that one, if I can remove it, then I can heal my other overseer with my one overseer. I think that's more important. Okay, you know what? I'm sold. I'm gonna go ahead and just try condemnation on this thing, because condemned effect that only costs a little bit, I think is gonna be easier. It's either that or it's mass condemnation, like right here, because mass condemning on this flank would get a lot of units. But now let's just get the problematic unit off the board. All right, so now it's condemned. So yeah, now we're doing 48 damage with the Inquisitor. And now it's down to 29. So we can do that damage there, or we can just take, we can't just take it out with Tenebrum, because Tenebrum is a frost dragon with no extra spirit, no extra damage from anything walker. So I guess we have to waste a tail bash on one unit. But it's on cooldown 1, and we have our breath weapon next turn, so actually that I'm fine with that. If we end up doing that, then that is what we do. Right? Yeah, you get killed. Oh no! Walker! You're not gonna have the ability to get back there because this isn't ranged and this guy can't move through anywhere. Oh my god. I thought we had it. But patch up, I don't think is gonna work from this far away, right? Let's see. No, we cannot reach target. We need to be literally adjacent to it. And unfortunately, we can't move through. And oh no, we're just short on damage. If we had done marked on that guy first, would it have helped? No, that's just one marked. That's not enough. All right, well we'll shoot that snow spirit, and then I guess we'll just accept that one of our overseers is just gonna die, because I don't think there's any way for you to heal you because of these guys being in the way. Boy, that's really annoying. But it is the way it is. And we could fix this by like moving our other overseer back here and just chucking a bunch of immobilize into the back of these units. I don't even hate that, actually. I hate this. This is what I hate. But that seems alright. It's either that or just healing the dragon, which, given that we're only healing 48 or 28 damage, it's not that big a deal. Or just coming back here and keeping this unit alive and putting blind on this anvil guard and keeping our other guy alive. Yeah, come on! Blind resisted? Get that out of here. Get that out of here. All right, well she's gonna unlock that bastion. That's unfortunate. Hopefully we can get back out there and subdue the bastion again with this overseer, preserve that one alive, and then keep the healing going. Thank goodness we brought 2. Oh no! Oh no! Those stone spirits did not hold up to snow spirits. Imagine that. It's incredible. These Glade Runners are also out of position. The fact that our guys couldn't get over there to heal them is a big problem. If the Glade Runner can survive, which, you know, because we took the extra defense on Earthkin as well as Leaf Skin, hopefully it can survive. But Miah does have some tools to help punish this. Yeah, she got the bastion. And yeah, the Glade Runner is pretty exposed. I got the Entwined Protector for 1 turn until she mind controls it again.
That's what I would do, actually.
Yeah, that's what'll happen. But anytime we can get this fire heavy mage lock off, I'll feel great. Anytime we can do that, it'll add a lot of value to us. It's just that, like, overall mage locks not great units. Even when you do your best to support them, they're just really expensive in terms of the setup costs, because they have that 3 action shoot and then like comparatively short range in comparison to something like a battle mage with like 6 or 7 range on auto hit AoEs. That tier 2 big shooty boy. It's not where you need to be. Not where you need to be. Oh. Oh my god. Yep, she's doing the healing. She's doing what we probably would like to have been doing, except that all of our mercenaries had to get deleted. And our Entwined Protector has been under her control the entire fight. But the aspect of the root ability is very good if we can get it going. Why didn't those stone spirits get the Keeper's Mark? Did I forget to cast Keeper's Mark? Did I forget to cast Keeper's Mark? Why did... Does it only apply to racial heroes? I seem to have maybe forgotten to cast Keeper's Mark. I could have sworn that I did, though. I'm gonna have to go back and watch the video evidence, but I could have sworn that I cast Keeper's Mark, and yet I do not seem to have it on any of my units.
That is pretty strange.
I'm gonna double check before reporting it as a bug to Maddock, because forgetting to cast Keeper's Mark sounds like, you know, very par for the course for me, but there have been some bugs that we've encountered thus far. But I'm supposed to have Keeper's Mark here, which would make this a little easier, I think.
Yeah, at the end of the fight, we should be able to check what enchantments you have too.
Yeah.
That'd be a quick way to do it.
Well, like, what enchantments, and also, like, did I attempt to cast it earlier? Because if I clicked on it and it didn't launch after clicking launch, then that's also, like, important to know. But yeah, Mage Locks, just not good. Like, the Mage Locks are just way too big in terms of the frontline investment. They really cannot produce the kind of damage that they need to right now, and part of that is that they take aim as just like a hilariously bad defense mode. But yeah, Mage Lock heroes, you're right. Mage Lock heroes can actually be pretty funny. Unfortunately for Mage Lock heroes, the auto-resolve still doesn't like really use sprints particularly well. And so that can cause them to have some issues in comparison to manual resolves.
Already evasive build.
But yeah, like tier 4 Mage Lock with Eagle Eye can absolutely one-shot things, and it's at a long enough range that the AI usually has a pretty good time with it, and then the accuracy that you get from like Archer 1, 2, and then Eagle Eye is enough to make the AI be a lot less shy about using the Mage Lock rifle. Otherwise you just end up with your ranged units just like wandering directly into frontline combat. So I definitely have Inquisitor's Mark because it is on there, but like I could have sworn that I cast Keeper's Mark. I did take Tome of Sanctuary, so we are supposed to have Keeper's Mark, and that should be helping here. But you know, I cannot say conclusively that it is a bug and that I did not simply forget to cast it, because that is on brand. Let's see if she tries to finish this Glade Runner off.
The ice coffin is what chances did you have on that frost?
That must have been close to 100. It's base 90, and I'm at like 0 status resistance.
Oh man, no risk there. Yeah.
Yeah. Flash freeze is really good and now we are fighting also on cold terrain with this transformation. With the cold transformation, frostling transformations, that is plus 10 morale, but so far it hasn't felt like it's oppressive. That is like probably the least insane of all of those effects, though. Can we keep these gargoyles alive? Not without Keeper's Mark, Walker. Not without Keeper's Mark. Without Keeper's Mark, your front line is going to be a lot less durable. That's why you took that tome. So that way you didn't have a tier 3. Instead, you had a way to keep your units alive. And then seem to have failed on that second check there. Let's see what the Inquisitor can do. So the Inquisitor can go in here and start tearing that Amble Guard down, but like that's awful value. I think we're going to get much better value if we have any mark left on anybody else. Does anybody have any mark? Oh, Glade Runner could have mark if we could restore that. And we do not have a restore here, but we do have a salvation, and that would actually heal that enough that it would give it all of its... Yeah, it's to dispel 1 effect and give it everything back. Ooh, or we could do dispel 2 effects here on our gargoyle. And then maybe get the gargoyle in somewhere, and then keep the Glade Runner alive with just a patch up. And then hope that its damage output is high enough after the fact. Yeah, you know what? I'm okay with doing that. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's do salvation here. This will give this bolstered resistance. And then we can charge in and break the defense mode on somebody, or we can just go slaughter some white witches. Don't even hate that, actually.
You do have a lot of dispels. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I have a lot of dispels. It's, I think necessary in this universe, but yeah, I did pack a lot. Let's see here. So we could go here and do a condemned breath weapon in this direction, which I don't hate, but I also wouldn't hate doing a condemned breath weapon in this direction, because if we can do another condemned thing and then get another immobilize off on some units, then that could be all we need to lock that front down. So yeah, actually let's breath weapon this way. I guess on that note, we should do something to prevent the damage output against the dragon. So we'll go here. Go here. I think this is where we need to be. I do not like that positioning in regards to like rear attacks on us. That looks really dangerous. Yeah, it does work with mammoths, but like it's sort of you're not my real dad. I wanna go out breathing giant breaths of dragon fire.
Okay.
But I think we have to do it in the other direction. Okay, so here what we're going to try to do is we're going to try to keep the Glade Runner alive just by immobilizing any of the units that are near it, because if they're near it, they won't be able to move around and attack from a different direction. And of course we can subdue once we can get that back. But I guess for now we should heal the Glade Runner? Heal the Glade Runner. Heal the Glade Runner, Walker. Just don't mess around with it. It's your tier 3 unit. It's the basically, well, we got actually a lot of tier 3 units here because we downgraded that one. I guess we can use the Stone Spirit to keep people alive through Shield Wall. That seems pretty reasonable. And then I suppose we will send... Our Inquisitor is going to get its Bolt of Judgment next turn, so we don't want it to lose any of those models. That is going to be really important for us. So I'm gonna use this guy to defend actually the rear of these guys against the Snow Spirit in case the Snow Spirit is trying to get spicy. I think that's our best bet. And then I don't think we have anybody else here. I think we just have... Oh, we do have a gun. You got the marked guy still, Walker. The guy that you started this turn off by saying, all right, how can we find a way to add marked to things? Well, you know, that's a perfectly fine miss. If we miss the Snow Spirit and we blast the Anvil Guard, that's fine for me. That's still adding damage here. And yeah, I think a shield wall is fine by me. Oh, Walker, did you really have a marked that you just like did not use at all on those guys that you could have? That does seem correct. That does seem correct. Just keep adding marked. Just keep adding marked. Just keep the marked refreshed on everybody, and then hopefully at the end of the game the extra damage will matter. Did I even take the extra damage from marked effect on our hero? Focused aggression. Yes, it came for free on our hero because our hero is not our ruler. But we wouldn't have gotten it on the ruler himself, and I don't think we're going to be doing a lot of damage with a dragon that deals frost damage into a board of people who are immune to being frozen. Yeah, Spideys are pretty cool. I think that they are going to highlight like here with Overseers, like in this manual scenario, they've been pretty good. But overall, like, spiders and Reavers are not nearly as positive interacting as you'd hope. It can result in you having some pretty awkward fights, honestly, if you start with spiders and Overseers, because you can just end up where like you get 0 experience points from capturing everybody with webs, and that's pretty awkward. 0 experience points is pretty awkward. I'm hoping that Zeal is gonna put enough pressure on these guys that we can take them down. But let's see, we're gonna get wailed on by these guys no matter what. Yeah, we're gonna get wailed on by those guys no matter what. As long as this guy's still alive, we can still sprint heal, and that means that we can throw 30 HP on this dragon pretty quickly. But if the dragon's dead, you can't do that. If the dragon is dead, you cannot heal them. It's what I'm trying. This is a very scary fight, honestly. Like the things are pretty rough from a resistances standpoint. At least I have frost resistance myself, and that will help keep me alive, hopefully. Yeah, so the dragon's down to 21. So if she can kill it this turn, I think that's probably gonna be it. But if not, then I think we have a heal, and then we should have tail swipe up, and that should help reduce the damage output of those guys and remove models and whatnot. So this is a very, very tense turn. Very tense turn. Unfortunate that we got the subdue out of turn with the immobilized, but I think that's okay.
That would have been a bit of strength. I don't know if that would have killed though.
I mean, right now I'm at 21, so like obviously not very high. A little bit of extra damage could go a long way at that point, but I do also have 5 frost resistance, because like the downside of fighting against Miah's build with a Shadow Dragon is that I do frost damage, but the bright side is that I also heal or resist frost damage. So like that's pretty good. Right now I'm at 61% damage resistance there. But yeah, that's what the
Unit next to the mage lock in melee, because that sounds not terrible, but also could get. Actually, you know what? Yeah, that could get some units killed.
It depends on which unit wanders over there. Like the mage lock needs to be dealt with at some point, because now it's fired twice. But it's easier said than done. And this mage lock is going to get some fires in. Maybe we could even use marked correctly, Walker. If you're gonna make fun of the AI for using marked incorrectly, at the very least you could use it better yourself. So we could like mark there, and then this not available for 2 turns, but we could mark there, and I guess we could use our Glade Runner ability. This isn't zone of control, right? Yeah, that should be back available. So if we do 2 mark effects onto the Snow Spirit, It's at 13 defense. It's 13 defense. 5 bolstered resistance on that thing, and 5 strengthened. Good lord, no wonder it's doing so much damage against these entwined protectors.
Hurt that dragon. I don't think that will kill, but that's really funny.
9. Yeah, the dragon's surviving that shot. Looks like indeed the taunt is gonna just destroy those entwined protectors. They're gonna produce nothing of value over the course of this entire combat. But this is not zone of control only, so I could potentially use it to heal while also getting adjacent here. I don't even hate that. But nah, we'll just heal the dragon from here. That's fine. And then do we have another heal off of anybody? Subdue. What's up?
Focused aggression allows your units just to do more damage.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it's plus damage on for like 10% for every stack of marked.
That's not bad.
No, it adds up. Okay, so we are at 100% hitting on that. That is not the kind of damage that I'm looking for on our stun bolt. 50. Okay, so there's a 53% chance to stun on the enemy ruler. That's almost certainly worth going for. Oh, yes. All right, good. So we've stunned the enemy ruler. That means that this flank is, I think, secure enough that we can just run this dragon out. Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're gonna do. We could try to stay front and center and use tail swipe to like bash a bunch of people around and do a bunch of damage here. But you can see that it like just doesn't do anything to the bastions. In order for us to hit them, we need to just like melee attack them, and they still are just like insanely durable. So instead, I think we're just going to run. And let's see if we can kill that snow spirit this turn. Because we have another stack of marked, and then blind, and then fire weakness. And I think we can back up one tile here. Go up to 100%. We'll take a little bit of damage off of that. But so that's 12. That's 11. That's 23 into 33. So that's not going to kill it here. But if we condemn this thing first. Man, if you're going to condemn that thing first, we probably should have done that before we attacked it with the mage lock. But I feel like we need to kill this. And that I think the combination of these three guys here should be able to do it. Yeah, I believe. Yes. Good. So that's the last of our condemned. So that is spooky because now we're entirely out of casting points. But on the bright side, we have taken control of that side of the board, and I think this Snow Spirit is probably still going to just go ahead and use the aspect of the root ability. It's not healing maximum damage there by a meaningful margin, but I think we need to do that just to try to keep the front line together, because now we're down, as we always are, down to just like ranged pieces that won't do anything if Miah can stand next to us. And our entwined protector just getting mind controlled into outer space is going to be pretty hard. Oh, yes, streamer did forget. All right, Godsend. So you mentioned that Elephant Mouse reduced unit count, and it's not in the tooltip, and that is weird, and I don't know why it's like that. Like, we can try to see if there's a fix for that with Triumph in the UI, but it's just something you have to experiment with and find on your own most of the time. But yeah, the mammoths are the same way. The elephants and the mammoths, if you take them with Tome of Vigor and Super Growth, then you basically make it so that you have very, very, very minimal models on almost all of your units. At least everyone is now condemned, and ready to take damage from all of our zeal effects, assuming that we can kill them. The fact that these white witches have been able to just like occupy the battlefield and never be countered has been a problem for us. I think we need to fix that. Just going to be down to just a couple of line bastions as the main front for Miah, but so she also has like a bunch of powerful ranged pieces in the back. I mean, if we can keep the Glade Runner alive, actually, then we could maybe do another web and then maybe do another subdue. And I don't think I would hate that. Do not think I would hate that. Taking another unit out would be pretty good. A 40% chance to hit. That is not worth taking. A 40% chance to fire into a melee where you have a unit is essentially just saying I would like to shoot my own unit.
Good call.
No! Stop freezing me! So tail swipe. We have a tail swipe available. Is there anything that we can get out of our dragon from right here? Alright, well, let's see if we can increase our range, our accuracy. Yes, we can. We have another marked, so whatever. We'll just try to burn this guy off if we can find enough marked on other units on the board. Oh, well, you know, that is a source of marked. That is a source of marked if I've ever seen one. And it deals a little bit of extra blinding. It's not that big a deal, but like if we can kill this thing here, then that would be fantastic. 60%. 60%. Are you really, is that really the best that we're going to get here? We don't have anything else that has marked here on you guys. There we go. Okay, good. Got that Anvil Guard finally dealt with after it did a gazillion damage to our poor puppies. Ooh, oh baby, but we do actually have a restore here. Bruh, I'm 1000% here for that. Yeah, alright, cool. So let's go ahead and do a restore and get our Glade Runner back. And our Glade Runner here could do some damage to the enemy ruler, but I guess that's not that important. You know what's more important? You know what's more important? I think trying to immobilize a bunch of those guys over there would probably be more important. Especially if we could... Oh, no, we don't have the subdue, so no, that's not going to be a critically important piece for us. Well. Alright, let's see. If we dive in with our dragon, are we just, like, absolutely toast? Do we have anybody who can back the dragon up defensively? No. We have nobody who can back up the dragon defensively, Walker. So, yes, you are absolutely toast if you do that. I guess we'll just... like, skirt around the outside of the battle. Because you don't have that next turn, right? No, she does have that next turn. She has both of the freezes next turn. Freeze every turn. The Pokemon game. Condemned and frozen. Everybody over there is condemned already, though. Alright. Move out of the way. Go let somebody who has hit points observe the front line a little better. And I suppose you, Inquisitor, shall stand here and weakened and slowed are not the sort of effects that I care about adding on that front. And let's see. No, I'm not doing that. Can we add damage to anybody? That's one tile. Oh, we already only have 24 out of 40 because we were slowed as well as being frozen. We got the slow frozen bug. All right, that is the way it is. I guess I'll shoot it at her ruler if we can condemn. Nope. Then that would add a lot of extra damage to us, but nope, we cannot. If we could condemn, then that would be great, but we cannot. And now I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna defend, and I'm gonna hope that she can't kill us. If Miah can, then I don't think we can win, but if we can survive and we can actually use the Entwined Protector next turn for healing sap, then I think that would actually be probably enough to give us the tools we need to eke out a victory at the end. Like, our front line is in a much worse shape than hers, simply because of look how badly beaten up those units are. If we can keep them alive for one turn, then we're there, but this is gonna be a frozen blast. Probably could have put you here. I just wanted to put somebody in the way so that way she can't try to kill our Entwined Protector with ranged pieces, because 17 HP is like, this thing is borderline dead. If this thing cannot get off healing sap next turn, then it is definitely dead. And it's just spent all game being paralyzed or mind controlled or taunted or blah 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 blah. It's spent all game being blah blah blah. No. Well, I really do want to see if we didn't cast Keeper's Mark or if there's a bug with it, because it is very good in this when it works. Is that a... I guess we're getting patch up next turn. So yeah, if we just aren't dead, then I think we're okay. But we do need to not be dead. And it does... well... Alright. Patch up is frozen, so we're not getting that done. So that makes things a little bit spookier. I guess we want to patch up from here, or healing sap from here if we can, because that's where we're going to hit the most total units. Assuming we can't unfreeze you. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we have 8. So we can't even get everybody over here to be adjacent to this for healing anyway. Yeah, I think we're both out of casting points.
Ooh, okay.
It's turn 7, dude.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
Good spells cost lots.
Yeah, good spell costs a lot. And she mind controlled my guy.
I think running that unit away from the battle was actually pretty valuable, just because it just sort of basically meant it isn't a part of the fight.
Yeah. I mean, it basically hasn't been part of the fight so far anyway. Like, it spent 2 turns mind controlled, 3 turns taunted by an Anvil Guard. Like, the Entwined Protector has mostly just done nothing productive for my side all fight. And a little bit of stuff for Miah along the way. Alright, so I think this is finally the time to move the Mage Lock in. Like, I like controlling the battlefield from back here.
How does it feel?
This feels fantastic. I love the fact that I can't tell if I beefed it by not bringing Keeper's Mark or if it's bugged. And I keep running through my brain like, is this fight actually winnable? Would this fight have been winnable if I prepared a little better? Maybe. It certainly looks like it. It certainly looks like it. This fight is very, very close right now.
Yeah, I think if you had your Keeper's Mark, that would have been pretty interesting.
That would have been a big deal.
Units do when they're on low figures, because I don't think you have quite as many sass effects.
So mostly it was like, first it was like I'm missing 2 mercenaries who could have used the aspect of the route better, but yeah, it's mostly just healing.
Yeah.
Okay, so where can everybody run to? Everybody can run to wherever they want to, is what it turns out. So you can run here, I guess, because you have a ranged attack. And you go here. And we did it. We got to use healing sap, finally. Thank God.
Wait, is that your facing you're going with?
What?
The facing. Oh, you're not done. That's not what
Yeah.
I thought it was. I thought you were using the dragons thing. Saying, wait, what?
No. Yeah, I'm using the exhilarating roar facing in the wrong direction. They'll never see it coming.
It's a trap. Don't do it. He's out of mana.
Marked. I guess we'll throw marked on. I guess we'll throw it on this white witch for a little bit extra damage up there. And then fly in here and use the tail bash. Who do we have to occupy this front line here? If we were to move the Cross of the Fighter here and then defend, then that would actually be pretty good at locking down that side. And then our Glade Runners have shots on you and shots on you.
Longer skirmish.
What?
If skirmish went longer, that's the true competition.
Oh
I
yeah.
think I went to turn 10 or something. I think you guys might need more, but I'm not sure.
We'll see. I think that if Miah can kill my dragon, then I think that my army rolls up pretty quickly. I guess I'm okay just taking 65 shots on a Snow Spirit. Am I okay taking 65 shots on a Snow Spirit Walker? Not really. I'm not thrilled doing that, but I think it's probably the best thing that we can do, because that is like the weakest unit on the board right now, on my side. And I suppose I could even just do a breath weapon. I could have done a breath weapon that way, but I guess I'm just going to do a breath weapon this way. Oh man, I want to get these goddamn white witches off the board. Whatever. I want to get those goddamn white witches off the board, and I think this is the best way for us to do it. So,
Always these surprises.
boom. Oh my god, Walker, you also had a marked. You had another marked. Oh! All right, whatever. We'll put some mark on.
Region on where you had.
Put some mark on
Now you're just bleeding.
you. Put some mark on you. Yeah, that's good.
What were the odds that time?
It was over 50.
Yeah. It's fair.
Yeah.
Dragons gotta have some resistance.
Everyone gets the poor drone. Everyone forgets it. Like, this thing just... I wanted to bring this to see if we could get some value out of an observer in this universe, but I think, unfortunately, the answer is no. That scouts really are mostly for non-combat purposes, but that's not always a bad thing. Like, non-combat things are critically important when it comes to Age of Wonders 4, and scouts do add a lot of value to you. If you can do something where you get like scouts that find like an Ancient Wonder first for you, or you encounter a place for you to put down an outpost in a valuable spot, then it does put in a lot of work. But like, you mostly do not want to build extra scouts. You mostly just start with the scout that you start with, and then live your life from there. Are you close enough to get a shot off on anybody? I feel like maybe 45% is not a high enough accuracy, but we will get an extra mark off of this, and we might get another mark off of this. Although if our dragon is alive next turn, then we're 1000% using patch up on it, assuming that we can. Assuming that we can. Oh, Walker, why are you so close? Why are you so close? I guess if she doesn't shoot our dragon with this Steel Shaper, then we will have enough HP for our dragon to pull back, and then for us to use patch up on it. And then maybe for the dragon to use the breath as well.
Walker's gonna do retaliation here. Okay.
Yeah, because this is not enough to kill in one shot. So let's see. Let's find out. Let's find out. An army of scouts to collect things as astral is really good, but it does have the meaningful downside. Oh, is this it? Oh my god, I'm at 1 HP.
What? No.
Literal 1 HP.
No. No. This is why I do math. It's tough. It's not fun, but so I need 1 HP. No.
I don't know if I can get that guy out of there, though. Let's see. Do I have... Oh, wait. Maybe.
Marker boarding or something. Right time for you.
Yeah, I think that's actually our bet. I think we have to hit a 55% stun here. Because, like, I don't... Well, no, we could Tracker's Mark. We could do that. Okay, so that gives us a little bit higher stun chance.
Just breath
Now we're at 59.
for Dragonkind.
Do we have anything else that can help us out on that side? Trying to stun her or anything like that? Probably not. I think that's oh wait. Nope. We do have another marked. And this could do... It's already condemned, so we're not able to add anything extra to that. So just hit this baby. Stun. Yes. All right. So now we can do patch up. So we can move here and move here and go patch up.
Walker, no.
Yes.
I've been there before. It happens all the time. Walker always finds the way to heal his guys.
That's the only thing I know how to do is try to keep them alive and then hope that you screw up somehow and then I can get value from that. It's my only strategy, but sometimes it works. Sometimes it works. So let's actually move here for just creating distance between us and these melee units that are harassing us. And then take out that hero. And I think we actually defend here with this Entwined Protector and just try to kill the hero with our extra guy. Yeah, our extra hero is probably fine. So we'll use Sprint, so that way we don't have to take any of those counterattacks. That's pretty good for us. And then we'll go here, and we'll take you out. And then go here, and Aspect of the Root. Whew.
This is reminding me of when you revived that hero that I should have sat on. It's just
Yeah.
One mistake costs you so much.
Yeah.
It's so painful. But that's part of what I love about this game. It's like
Yeah.
there's so much going on.
So our Twined Protector has finally made it to the point where it can use its little healing abilities, and now we've taken our tier 3 unit from having 17 HP up to 64. So now our front line is a little more stabilized right now, but you can see that we've gotten pushed back pretty hard across the field. We had to abandon the entire west side after the scrum in the middle slaughtered all of our troops. No! Curse you, Anvil Guard! I'm hoping that we don't need to use Exhilarating Roar again, but if we see an opportunity to, then I'm not opposed to it, because it can add a lot of value if you have just like a couple of haste units.
Like that main dog needs to stop. Oh man.
I'm telling you, one or two mage locks can actually do a lot. It's when you overcommit to them that they become a problem. Because like if you just have too many mage locks, then guess what? You don't have a front line. We can use a restore next turn actually, so we could even keep cycling units, like bring Corrosive the Fighter back and then have them use restore on themselves. Or potentially on Tenebrom, depending on how much damage Miah is able to do to Tenebrom this turn. But we need to keep Tenebrom in healthier shape. I think that the Tail Swipe is just going to do so much more damage than everything else that that Karasa can do here, that I don't mind trading Karasa off. Yes, good. Allow my giant tail bash to come in and attack your ranged units again. Yeah, just get a gun line. No need for front line. That is certainly a way to do it. In Age of Wonders 4, it mostly does not work correctly in multiplayer. But you know, sometimes it can. Pone, did you get to see the first fight that we did? Zombie brought elephants and Tome of the Beacon for Mighty Meek, and was doing like 40 to 50 damage per shot with Arbalests, like consistently over and over and over again. It was really rude. It was very, very silly. And definitely a good strength of the Skirmish mod. But that was like almost a classic gun line. He had 3 Arbalests and 2 Houndmasters, and he was just like doing infinity damage with crossbows to WinSlaya's Primals, just blowing them out of the water. WinSlaya lost an Inquisitor in like the very first turn of combat between them, which I am thrilled that I got to get some good value out of this Inquisitor in this fight. This thing has definitely kept us alive. Yeah, so we're doing this as Skirmish Mod. I know that I've talked to you about this before, Pone, but I think that you and Turin actually would really enjoy this, and I think you should take a look into it. But basically it's just a way for you to play Age of Wonders 4 without having to commit way too much time. Okay, WinSlaya. You know everything about this game, so I'm just gonna take your word at it. If I use Subdue on the second Anvil Guard, does the first Anvil Guard stop being subdued?
I think so. I haven't tried that, but I think I heard that it's just one.
It's just one. Miah, do you know that?
I do not.
Okay. I gotta say, I don't use these units often enough to know for sure. Like, I feel like I've used Overseers enough to know that I don't like Reavers for their package, but that's a different problem. Okay, so we can just blow away those bastions.
Another channel I could ask.
I think that's worth it.
But
It's fine.
Yeah, I want to watch the end of this. Looks like it's getting to the end.
Yeah, we're getting pretty close. Okay, so we could have done Marking Blast there to add a little bit extra damage first, but I think I'm okay just doing Marking Blast here on that White Witch. And then maybe... I guess we can't actually kill with that. Do we have anybody else who can heal you right now? You, Caruso the Fighter, you are the one who's supposed to be able to heal us right now, but you are not in a position to be doing any healing, so we're not going to count that.
Wait, why did your little sentry... Oh, he didn't die, he just moved. It's very confused.
Yeah, it just moved. It ran to a better place.
And you managed to keep him alive with 1 HP again?
Again. Always.
That's so funny.
1 HP is the only HP you need.
I mean, that was more true in Planetfall, but yes, you're not wrong.
Let's see if we can get... I don't think we can get, like, exactly the breath weapon that we want, unfortunately. I think we're gonna have to just settle for, probably, like, here and do that. It's not what I wanted to be doing, but I think it's probably okay, especially if we can kill with this as a follow-up. Yeah, we can kill with that as a follow-up. So, yeah, alright, we'll do it. Danger ops, but I think it's probably okay. I see a lot of front line for us now versus what Miah has, because this thing is still subdued, and I don't think she's going to be killing that anytime soon. And our Entwined Protector is going to have a pretty good time trying to fight against those bastions. Although the Mage Lock is definitely getting shut down next turn. There's kind of like no way around that. This is a real battle into the mud, though. Oh my god. But yeah, this is a fight with 6 tier 1s, 4 tier 2s, 3 tier 3s, 1 tier 4, and 2 level 6 heroes. And then tier 3, like 1 tier 3 Tome. So we're trying to create a format that basically is creating like low to mid-sized battles, something that people can like show off a lot of different types of units. It's not just being dominated by like 1 or 2 really big powerful units over and over and over again. We might obviously still be in that place considering that we are allowing tier 4 units, but like here neither of us brought a tier 4 because I was supposed to be bringing Keeper's Mark, and Miah successfully brought Flash Freeze. So I think this is a really interesting format, in terms of like what it makes available to you in terms of tools. I think it plays really well. Stop it. Where are you getting that? Did you take the Freezing Blast staff? That's where you're getting that stupid Freezing Blast ability on that character from?
No, I think White Witch comes with it. I think that's an inherent White Witch thing. That's like one of the things that doesn't
No.
work.
The ruler also has Freezing Blast. That, like, the only way I know to get that is Staff of Cryomancy.
Which is where I got it.
Yeah. Oh my god. Everyone's is frozen the entire combat. .exe. Tail Swipe. Can that do anything for us? Maybe, actually. Like, the dragon coming through here and doing a tail swipe to maybe help break down a support unit or an anvil guard could be pretty good. And I don't, if the dragon can survive for one more patch up, then getting a dragon up to 70 something HP could be the end of this fight from that side, from the hero side at least. Okay, well that's great damage for a Glade Runner. That's being wasted on those targets, but it is a lot of damage. Is there anything we can do to kill this Snow Spirit? Because that would allow the Mage Lock to fire. So if we were to mark this, then because we have the added damage from the special, what's it called, Engraving Focus, that extra mark lets us kill here. And that unlocks the Mage Lock, and then the Mage Lock can do some damage. Maybe we want to just remove the Anvil Guard, honestly. Like, the Anvil Guard is mostly being just harass at this point, but harass is kind of annoying. And I don't think we can afford to roar here. I think we need to be alive next turn, so that does mean defense mode on Tenebrom. And then I think we're gonna go ahead and just blast somebody with these Mage Locks. And I guess that means that our best shot is probably the Anvil Guards themselves. It's either that or these Steel Shapers. And the Steel Shapers at 16 damage, I don't think that's enough to be a big problem, but it is a ranged unit, so it's more likely to be able to combine to kill Tenebrom. Alright, buddy, you've got 8 defense and 8 resistance. You got 1 turn. Stay alive, kid. Just these two stay alive. Just those two. Not literally just those two, because I don't. That would be pretty bad. But if those two stay alive, then I think we have some options here. Because healing Tenebrom up and then sending him back in to do another gigantic tail swipe against a bunch of fragile ranged units is probably going to be enough to mop it up. No. All right, Magelocks, you did your work. The Magelocks they fired so many times. If they die here, they die here. Yep. That does seem to be their fate. It does seem like the Magelocks are gonna just attract attention and then die brutally, but that's fine. Oh no, she's aspect of the rooting over and over again with that anvil. That's not good, but at least you can't aspect on supports. They just do not have that option. So we can drop in here and use tail swipe from behind. Unfortunately, we did not have time to get tail bash, but that's okay. It's okay. Yeah, that is definitely that's the arc. Okay, so you go here. You patch up your ruler. We're gonna go ahead and throw marked down, I guess, on the White Witch? Yeah, sure. The White Witch takes a little bit extra damage, that's fine. And then we will drop in here, and we will do a big bash, and I think that's what we need. Yep, that looks pretty good so far. Oh, we can't use from within zone of control. So we need to move one tile here, and then I think we should have... Oh no! Alright, we have to move this way, and then we can do the zone of control. Alright, so now we can do a Bolt of Judgment into her ruler? I think that's okay. 53% stun seems pretty good to me. Stunned resisted. No! No! Well, that's okay. We managed to hold on, and now we have the aspect of the root ability available again on the Entwined Protector. And I think I'm okay just doing it from here, honestly. Maybe we go one forward, so that way we're adjacent to the Glade Runner. So at least we give the Glade Runner the extra defensive bonuses from being in our shield wall. That opens up the Bastion to move there and attack us, but the Bastion was going to be able to do that anyway, so I think this is fine. WinSlaya, we did it. We're already on turn 12. Your fight had nothing on this.
Oh, wait, my headset wasn't on there.
Your headset wasn't on?
You're doing
yeah.
No,
yeah, we did it.
I just got back, and I forgot I don't need to turn that off. I'm gonna push the top. Well, I guess I do because I'm on the stream as well. There's a lot of things going on.
Yeah.
But
This has been one hell of a fight.
Your dragon won't die.
That's what I'm hoping. That is what I'm hoping. The Overseer's patch up healing for 40 is a big part of the package for Reavers. I just wish that they didn't get hosed so badly on the way that the game works side. Stop it with these Frozens. Get them out of here. White Witches, be gone. This is America, not Arctica. I guess if we can go here and get another big breath weapon, then that would be pretty solid. No, taunted. Actually, I'm curious how the AI is going to respond here with the Glade Runner with this taunt, because it tries to back up and shoot if it can, but here it's being taunted with an Anvil Guard, and it's just like pinned in literally every direction on those Glade Runners, and so I think there's a non-zero chance that it's just going to defend at the beginning of this turn despite the taunt. Yeah, it looks like it did exactly that. It just defended. So let's see, what can we do instead? I guess we could go here and Condemned Breath Weapon that way.
I mean, I don't know. It's seeming like you might still lose. I don't know. Waiting for it.
Can we get everybody if we go here? We can get everybody, including ourselves, if we go there. I don't know if I like that. That looks a little dangerous to me. What about here? That looks a lot less unbelievably insane. The downside, of course, is that it does leave the White Witch alive and unencumbered as always. Oh, unless how close are you to dead? Not close enough that one marked stack was going to do it, unfortunately. I mean, that's okay. We'll just go here. Just go take out the supports. How did that not kill? So the mystery of life that is Age of Wonders 4 telling you that this is going to kill the unit or not continues, because it definitely said it was going to kill that, and I didn't lose any units. And I didn't lose... Huh?
Was it Hideous Stench? Did you move somebody away from it?
No, I moved somebody out of her, out of Miah's Hideous Stench. But there... I think that was just a visual thing. Alright, you know what? We're not gonna Breath Weapon our own Inquisitor, are we? Are we gonna Breath Weapon our own Inquisitor? Because if we Breath Weapon our own Inquisitor, then at the very least we do kill this support. But that support is pretty dead anyway. So yeah, maybe we actually go here. That just seems a lot less unnecessarily risky. Yeah, let's just do that. Breath Weapon. And you did it in the wrong order again, Walker. Breath Weapon. Oh boy, man, I could have marked that and killed it. Actually, probably that would have been good. That would have been 5 extra, or maybe would it have been 5 extra damage? I don't know. It would have been a little extra damage. Let's mark the extra hero. Walker, you could have moved that guy back. I know you could have done that. You could have moved that guy over here and then used marked. And it would have been a lot harder to kill your observer. Your one scout, just for scout's sake. Alright, so there goes the Glade Runner. But we now have Inquisitor, Dragon, Entwined Protector, an Overseer. And Miah has Bastion, Hero, Anvil Guard. This Anvil Guard is being a serious problem, as Anvil Guards are wont to do. They're just fantastic at being big problems. It is their favorite. It is their very favorite. Let's see if we can. Oh no! Oh no! The Anvil Guards are putting in work, bro. I don't know about poor Anvil Guards.
No, the one that's
I mean, yes, it's getting wailed on a lot, but like that's okay. That's the Anvil Guard lived experience. Okay, so now we're gonna have the Inquisitor available. Is Patch Up gonna be available next turn? Patch Up is not available next turn. Or rather, it will be available next turn. Not this turn, next turn. But that's fine, because we can run. I'm going to go ahead and try to take the kill on the White Witch with our Overseer. Looks like we missed. That's fine. I think we can still bash this pretty productively. Or tail swipe this pretty productively. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And then our Inquisitor, I guess, is just going to finish off this support unit. Yeah? Yep, good. And then our other Entwined, I guess, probably wants to protect the Inquisitor itself. Yeah, I think we just want to protect the Inquisitor. This is going to be a real knockdown drag out fight no matter what, but I like if she can't kill one of my units this turn, I think I've got Miah. Let's find out. Let's find out. Because now we actually have some options when it comes to our patch up. Because if we can do it, we can throw a patch up on the Inquisitor, get a bunch of extra HP. Yeah, there's frozen on everything. There's always a frozen inside of you. And there's always healing. There's always healing. Okay, so there are a lot of retaliation attacks over on these other sides, and those are retaliation attacks that we really cannot afford to be taking right now. So rather than doing that, I think what we're going to do here is haste and strengthened? Haste and strengthened? Yeah, you're not going to be able to kill this Overseer with that dragon, or with that Sable the Devil-Blooded this turn. And haste and strengthened on 2 guys could add some damage here by letting these guys get extra attacks off. No, it's going to be 2 attacks anyway. So maybe we do just go for the support here. I just wish we had some sort of way to ensure that our Inquisitor wasn't about to get like absolutely toasted, because it usually does whenever it's just standing next to a bastion doing nothing. And I guess we could get out of it just by running. I don't even hate that, actually. Yeah, no, I don't hate that. Just get out of here. Just run. Do your stun, I suppose. Hopefully. Yes. And then I guess we're at stage low morale. Why are you at too many allies died? Why am I at too many allies died? Is there something that I don't know? I mean, like, I've got the same number of troops that she does, and yet I'm at too many allies died.
Turn, I think you lost more in 1 turn, maybe.
Because I'm about to morale route here because of too many allies died.
I think that happened either earlier or you lost 2 units in 1 turn. I'm pretty sure that's why you have that tag. Because it does seem like, yeah, you have just as many units here, as far as I can tell.
That's what it looks like, but that is not what the game seems to think.
It's not like you summoned in a bunch this time either, right?
No, and the summons, if you kill them, that still doesn't decrease your morale.
Yeah, I'm just confused.
I mean, if I lose to my guy just like routing because of minus 30 morale for some reason, then I guess like I'll learn something. I will learn something.
It might have to do with proximity too, because I don't remember. There are some things that like affect you based off of where you are compared to units that died.
Yeah.
Be like within certain radiuses or something like that.
Well, if we have to kill this Anvil Guard to try to get some morale, I'm 100% for it. We've already been just doing extra damage to them accidentally, or incidentally through the course of the battle with like AoEs and stuff. Oh no, taunted taunted on the Anvil Guard with 17 defense. And resistance to frost damage.
This is your opportunity. Get him. Oh, that's too funny. I love it.
So we're at 53 HP there and 41 HP there. It makes me inclined to want to put the heal on the Inquisitor, because there's just like more functional HP on Tenebrum, plus the problem where he might just like run around. Yeah, it looks like I'm definitely still getting the morale penalty, because that was just like another big minus 15 there.
Whoa.
Too many allies died does not make sense in this fight. Like, that is not what is happening here.
Yeah, what?
I feel robbed. I feel like Triumph is just trolling me hardcore here.
The real issue is you lost your mascot, the Scout.
You're right. That was the real problem. Losing the Scout was pretty shameful in terms of behavior.
Oh man, I'd like to see this if you were morale.
I would like to see this too, but it sure looks like it's just going to be morale route for unknown reasons. Yeah, we're just gonna die to morale, I'm sure. Like, the fact that it started kicking in so early when there were still so many units on the board seems like that's probably miscalibrated. Like, that's crazy. What's up?
Could it possibly be because you're the defender?
I don't think so. Like, it's not. I'll have to see if there's anything posted online about like when it's supposed to kick in and whatnot. But it's not supposed to be kicking in when there's when there's lots of units on both sides. Like, here, I think it makes sense for low to kick in maybe now, but like because I've missed out on some fumbles based off of low morale, like things that should have been dead were not. We'll have to see if Baddock knows anything about too many allies killed, because that was ridiculous. Like, there was no real argument for that happening there.
Yeah, there's probably a trigger for it we could actually find somewhere in the code to see like what that.
Yeah, like if we can turn it off or like modify it for Skirmish to make it less ridiculous, because that made no sense. That was just like minus 60 morale for no reason on one side, but that was still fun. Like, I feel like we learned a lot. Oh, did Keeper's Mark actually get cast in this?
I need to know.
Yes, it is cast. So it oh wait, I don't actually know if it's cast because it says your leader is currently in the Astral Void. So I actually don't know.
Just pass quickly 3 turns.
Wait a second.
Come back or something.
No, maybe it's not, because like under active spells I don't see anything, so it's very possible that I just didn't cast Keeper's Mark before the fight.
Well, if you want, I can just end my turn a few times, but then I gotta head off because I got some stuff coming up soon.
Yeah, just control click one more time just to see if it is actually there. Let's see. Nope, it looks like I do have Keeper's Mark. I just did not cast it. Yep. Do not have I had Keeper's Mark. I just did not cast it. All right. Well, that's fair. Whatever.
I think I played that.
Yeah.
I wish I could like stick around and give you some feedback because I think you did really well, but like I said, I gotta head off. I'll see y'all later. Yeah, I gotta head out too, but that was a lot of fun, Miah. Thanks for playing. And if any of you guys who are watching are interested in doing anything with the Skirmish Mod in the future, I did do an installation guide, but we're also going to do at some point in the future we're going to do a tournament. We are currently testing a specific format that I guess I should probably do like a little write-up for and like put it somewhere so people can read it. But we fought against Miah twice now. Miah, do you want to issue like an outsized challenge to random people watching, or are you only going to show up when it's fancy and filmed?
I'm not shooting that.
That's fair. But for now, that's Walker, and that's We Play Games, Age of Wonders 4.
Actually,
Alright.
multiplayer I can get in on. I'm
Take
not
care.
on the economic side, I think, but I'll learn faster playing against y'all.
Yeah, like in multiplayer.